Thank you. Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin Tylee Audiobook channel, Chapter 180, Into the Crypt. As a being of innate mystical power, Aldrich could immediately tell through sheer instinct that the amount of magic emanating from Volantis was considerable. He briefly worried whether it could be sensed by even those that were not magically sensitive, but he pushed that concern away. If nobody had been able to perceive Aldrich's mana up to this point, then nobody would sense this now.
Thank you.
Still, Aldrich prepared his own magic, green strands curling around his skeletal fingers just in case something happened that required him to defend himself, but nothing more happened. Instead, the steam-like magical energy around Volantis suddenly dissipated. The glowing red runes lost their light and faded away. Volantis reformed back to his full self, but instead of his eye dot being red, it was now a simple blank white. "Volantis," said Aldrich cautiously.
"Thank you. This armor is undergoing forced repair to correct internal issues," said Volantis in his usual smooth, controlled tone, though it was very evident to Aldrich now that this voice was not actually his. It was a voice that the demons had implanted within him. "It will still be operational, but some functions will be compromised until repairs are finished, sensing armored in vicinity." Volantis opened up again, and Aldrich asked a question. "How long until this armor is repaired?" "Thank you. What does a repair entail?"
"Estimated time of repair completion. Unknown," said the voice. Query, repair function registered answering. A repair indicates a full return of internal systems to their most recent state before corruption in order to preserve accumulated battle experience and armored compatibility. "I see," said Aldrich. So it was basically like a computer rebooting itself to its last known good configuration.
Thank you.
In this case, Volantis would return to how he was exactly before he had started to remember his past fully. "It is recommended that the armored still wear the unit," said the armor. "Repair functions are greatly enhanced and stabilized by anchoring to an armored." Aldrich tentatively stepped back into the armor. It was not that he was not cautious about Volantis's sudden shift and the possibility that something might go wrong wearing him. "Thank you." But Aldrich did not want to reveal his true form or even his materious human appearance, so Aldrich took the risk. Volantis's metal strands closed in around Aldrich, knitting back into a full, regal armor. Aldrich felt nothing was off. He sensed no danger. The only issue was, as whatever runic mechanism present in Volantis had said, some functions were unavailable.
"Thank you."
Aldrich could access the enhanced stats that Volantis offered, but not any of Volantis's stitching or anything really that Volantis himself operated. It felt similar to working with a frame that had its AI shut down. Well, this had been utterly surprising. Aldrich sighed as he leaned back against the wall of the null box again. He was not an omniscient being. He could not predict everything, but usually, if he planned or thought hard enough, he could expect what kind of surprises he would face. "Thank you," but this was completely out of his grasp. Aldrich's lore knowledge about demons was good but not perfect. Legion necromancers had very little reason to travel to Helith. He did not know all the tiny details that went into forging a living armor. Had he done a play-through as a warlock, then he might have known more, but there was no use thinking about what-ifs. Aldrich could really do was wait and see if Volantis returned back to normal in time. "Thank you. If not, he could still go to the Nexus and reach out to the Death Lord, or if the trial quests were still there, kill and raise Demos the Warlock, who probably knew more about this than Aldrich did." The biggest thing that annoyed Aldrich was that he lost his talking partner for the rest of his trip. It took a total of roughly 12 hours for Aldrich's transport to arrive to its location.
"Thank you."
He did not know exactly when the transport moved or stopped because of the isolating nature of the null box, but he figured that when the box's door opened up, revealing Colonel Davos again, that it was time to get out. Aldrich had put the high-threat null restraints, or more easily known as null cuffs, back on to remove any hint of suspicion from himself. The null cuffs, thankfully, did not have any complicated tech in them that could track whether they had been taken on or off. "Thank you. We're here," said Colonel Davos. "My cell, I assume?" said Aldrich. "Consider it protective custody," said Colonel Davos. He narrowed his eyes at Aldrich's helmet. "What happened to your face?" I heard you mention to the Guardians that this armor of yours functions as a life support system of some kind. Has anything changed about your condition? You try weathering a 12-hour plane ride with nothing to do, Colonel, said Aldrich. Don't worry about it. Thank you. The color of the dot on my helmet doesn't mean much. This just represents my boredom. Well, you better get prepared for more of that, said Colonel Davos. Where you're going, it'll be pretty much the same. Now step out of the null box. Aldrich did as asked and stepped out, and when he stood by Colonel Davos, he stood a full head taller than the man. Hold out those cuffs for me, said Colonel Davos. Thank you. He took out a baton from a sheath on his hip, and with the press of a button on the handle, it glowed a bright white, humming with energy. Aldrich held out his cuffed arms, and Colonel Davos struck the center part of the cuffs, linking Aldrich's arms together with the baton. A burst of electricity ran through the metal, and the metal of the cuffs dissolved away, breaking apart into countless little rice grain-sized particles. Thank you. All that was left of the cuffs on Aldrich were two large, surprisingly thin rings that emanated blacklight. This was the null ore. They loosely clattered against Aldrich's wrists, giving him ample space to just slip out of them. Colonel Davos took the baton, pressed another button on the handle, turning it purple, and hovered it above the ground. Thank you. The little grains of metal that the cuffs had dissolved into all drew towards the baton like it was a magnet, merging together into a metal case around the structure. Nanotech, Aldrich noted. Specifically, memory metal. Advanced nanotech that utilized any external connections or internal processing did not work in proximity to null ore, but memory metal only required a specific charge to run through it to fix itself into predetermined shapes. In this case, that shape had been cuffs.
Thank you. I'll take those.
Colonel Davos took the null ore rings, fixing them to a utility belt. You're not afraid, Colonel? Said Aldrich, as he looked right down at Davos, completely uncuffed. In Colonel Davos's eyes, Aldrich was now completely free to use his powers. It was possible that Davos was incredibly strong himself, but though competent as a fighter, Aldrich could not feel the same amount of threat he would feel from someone genuinely strong as, say, Seismic or Solomon Solar. Thank you. If I was, I wouldn't have this job, said Colonel Davos. I also do have some backup. 22. Show yourself. Chapter 181, 22. Hello, Irregular, said the woman as she waved at Aldrich in a greeting. Her voice showed no hint of emotion, neither did her face. She was unreadable to Aldrich, not in the same way as Solomon Solar, who had lived a fake life for so long he was a master at hiding himself. No, she was unreadable because there literally was nothing to read, as if she was not a human at all.
Thank you. There was something strangely off about this woman.
Aldrich could not quite place it, but when he looked at her, he felt like he saw something completely uncanny. Something that did not belong, like seeing a car in a medieval village. One thing Aldrich did note, though, was that he could sense threat from her. Thank you. His instinct was not so sharp that he could accurately parse exactly how strong she was. He needed Volantis's true sight for that. But it was honed enough to know what was a threat or not. And this woman was a threat. And I assume you're his guard dog meant to take me down if I misbehave, said Aldrich. We will protect that one if needed, said the woman, or as Colonel Davos called her, 22, but we would prefer not to engage in hostilities with you. Thank you. You are too powerful to engage without being willing to sacrifice much of us. Then that makes two of us. I'm not here to fight. I'm here to wait for my hearing, said Aldrich. He briefly scanned the room, trying to wonder what the woman meant by we, but figured that it was an oddity of hers to refer to herself in the plural. Aldrich realized that the plane was still moving, still in the air. Thank you. I would ask you to take me to my cell, but considering we're still in the air, I assume you have a few things you want to talk to me about. Just a few things you should note, said Colonel Davos. The place you're going to is known as a crypt. It's a cold crypt, meaning it's meant for safe containment of individuals or small groups only. Down there you'll be protected to the absolute best of our abilities.
Thank you.
Nobody knows about this location except a select few, and 22 here will be your guard to ensure nothing tries to get to you in the off chance that someone, say that corporate suit, somehow managed to leak where you are. Safe containment? You're throwing me down a pit and telling me it's for my safety, said Aldrich. I guess that's amusing in its own way. Trust me, that crypt is one of the safest places in this world that I know of, said Colonel Davos, and I know far more than I should. Thank you. Here's what will happen. At my command, a hatch will open up, and you'll be beamed down into the crypt. You will be going several hundred meters underground into a naturally occurring null zone. Do not be alarmed. The gravity beam won't cut off due to the null zone, and it will penetrate deep enough to land you safely. At the bottom, you'll find yourself in a secured, cylindrical structure of metal thick enough that without powers, you're never going to drill through it. Thank you. When you're situated at the bottom, the crypt will close. Rations will be dropped down to you in intervals of 3 days, and they will be more than enough to sustain you. A tracker will come with them. Press the button on it, and it'll float back up to the top. This is how we confirm you're still alive. I understand that. I don't know whether you need specific accommodations to keep you alive. The Guardian's bioscans of you all came out with unreadable results. Thank you. All I know is that you need this armor, that it's the only thing stopping you from being just a pile of bone. If you have any other requirements, now's the time to let me know. None, Colonel, said Aldrich. The less he asked, the less anyone would pay attention to him. I'm sure whatever bland MRE bar you throw down will be enough to keep me alive. Send down a book or two while you're at it so I don't pass from boredom, will you? I'll submit that request, said Colonel Davos.
Thank you.
He walked over to a control panel, and when he pressed his hand on it for a scan, a holographic screen popped up. He pressed a few buttons, prompting both the floor and ceiling of the null box to slide open. The null box was attached to a pillar of metal above that housed a gravity beam mechanism, and that activated now. Circuit patterns running across the pillar glowed purple, and a beam of the same color passed through the null box and down into the windy depths below.
Thank you.
Step into the null box again, began Colonel Davos.
I know,
said Aldrich. He walked in, and instead of falling straight down through the open hatch below, he stood suspended in air, weightless. He turned to Colonel Davos. If we do meet again, Colonel, let's meet on better terms, because my patience may not be as generous as it was this time. Noted, said Colonel Davos, maintaining a steely exterior. At least one thing was true. The Colonel did not feel fear. Bye. Thank you. 22 waved at Aldrich innocently. He just nodded to her. He could not really fathom her. She was an irregular, no doubt about it, and so she had no public presence that Aldrich could reference. She possessed threatening power, and yet Aldrich could not read any hostile intent from her, if he could even accurately read her through her complete expressionlessness, a complete wild card. Aldrich would have to be careful in dealing with her.
Thank you.
The Colonel pressed a few more buttons on the holographic screen, and Aldrich beamed downwards. He looked down to see night sky. Then soon a yawning dark void surrounded by an empty stretch of dry, cracked earth, and into that void Aldrich went. Colonel Davos watched as the hatch door sealed shut, the sound of wind whirling into the transport fading away into near silence. His gaze lingered on the shut door for a moment.
Thank you.
He had come out of this whole interaction with Thanatos not knowing exactly where that man, no, that irregular, stood. He wanted to trust Thanatos, if only because it would prevent the massive headache of trying to contain an active, living irregular of that power. But he knew in his line of work that irregulars were always difficult to trust. More often than not, they simply lacked human sensibilities. Thank you, or if they did have them, it was because they had observed, adapted, and stolen human behavior as a survival mechanism like 22 had. Thanatos had been classified hastily as an irregular, but was he truly one? Colonel Davos knew by now when he was talking to a man or something that pretended to be a man, and he did not get the sense he was talking to the latter with Thanatos. Colonel Davos sighed in exhaustion as he rubbed his forehead. It was too hard to tell. Regardless, his job here was done. Thank you, or he hoped so. The only time Colonel Davos would see Thanatos again was if he was called to contain him. So long as Thanatos did not do anything drastic that would label him as a threat, his classification as an irregular would probably get dropped, especially if he managed to peacefully integrate with authorities. But it was still better to be prepared. "Do you think you can beat him?" said Colonel Davos.
Thank you.
"We are unsure," said 22 as she floated down to the ground and landed on it with her bare feet. "We sense that one is a considerable threat that we would not engage with unless commanded. We would sacrifice approximately 64% of ourselves at the minimum to ensure appreciable chances of success." 64%? "That's not bad," said Colonel Davos. He grunted, ridding himself of that optimistic notion.
Thank you.
"But he has an entire army hidden somewhere with at least 2 beings rivaling, if not exceeding, his strength. 3, if I count seismic. These damn mega-corporations, they start wars and now they ruin investigations. If Hammerhead wasn't a major subsidiary of a Council of Fortune member, I could have had seismic in my custody." Colonel Davos looked at 22 and saw she was still staring at the null box where Thanatos had been. "What? You've taken a liking to him." "Thank you." "We are simply interested," said 22, simply. "Remember that you're supposed to guard him," said Colonel Davos. "If I get a sense that you don't understand what that duty entails, then you know the consequences." "Release of a mechanism that causes drastic decay to us," said 22. "We understand." "Good," said Colonel Davos. "I'm going to open a door after Thanatos has been fully secured. Go out through that and keep an eye on him. Make sure nothing gets to him. Use lethal force as required."
Thank you.
"We understand," said 22. Colonel Davos nodded as he walked back to the pilot cockpit, and when he left, 22 still stood there, staring eerily at the box that once held the irregular. "As we thought, you are not from home. You cannot take us back," thought 22. "But your scent is not from here either. Like us, you do not belong on this planet." Chapter 182, Into the Nexus. Aldrich stood at the bottom of his crypt, doing what he did best, observing.
Thank you.
He had expected to be dumped straight into a natural null zone. He did not know exactly what null zones looked like, but if rumors on the net had any weight behind them, they were supposed to be areas filled with giant null ore that protruded from the ground in forests of blacklight crystal. There were also rumors that monsters even more terrifying than variants roamed them, but these were entirely unfounded. "Thank you." Considering Aldrich was underground, he figured he would have been in some kind of cave filled with the crystals. That got him excited about the possibility of taking some for himself. But no, beneath him was a metal floor. Around him were metal walls. And above him, far, far up, at least 150 meters up, there was a series of giant metal ceilings that locked together to form a thick, entrapping seal. Yet, through the metal, Aldrich could see the faint shine of null.
Thank you.
The metal was not gray, but tinted a slight purple. Null energy permeated through almost all known metals, and it did not take much exposure to disable an altar. In fact, if containing a live prisoner was the goal, then it was better to keep the null exposure insulated to some degree as it was in the null box. There were studies done on captive variants showing that extended complete exposure to null energy caused the body to start breaking apart from within. Thank you. Flesh rotted, blood vessels burst, bones cracked, and internal growths akin to rampant cancer flared up. Most likely because, with the altar organ prevented from circulating its unique cells, the body that relied on its enriching effects quickly broke apart. Aldrich placed a hand on a wall. A thick layer of dust puffed up in a cloud around his black metalled fingers. Nobody had been here in some time.
Thank you.
The surface of the metal was relatively smooth, but there were small dents and scratches here and there, some leading into a discernible pattern upwards. Evidently, prior visitors to this place had tried to escape. Aldrich tracked the patterns up, but they stopped past 50 or so meters up. Something prevented them from going any further. Aldrich rapped his fist on the wall with minor impact. The metal vibrated, echoing the impact surprisingly well with a dull ring.
Thank you.
"I see," said Aldrich with a nod. He had an idea of how the crypt worked. Essentially, there was a larger area with null ore within it. Presumably a cavern of some sort, but this giant metal cylinder was dropped within it, presumably exactly to prevent people from trying to mess with the null crystals or finding some way out via underground passageways. The fact that there were very few dents on the metal likely meant that there was some way to track if someone was trying to break through.
Thank you.
The sudden disappearance of climbing marks after 50 meters indicated a countermeasure for those trying to climb up, likely tied with this metal's property to channel vibrations well. Aldrich's theory was that any appreciable impact caused enough vibrations to trigger sensors above the influence of made himself comfortable. He was not intending on escaping anyway. He just wanted to make sure he knew what his surroundings were like.
Thank you.
The only thing that really mattered to him was that surveillance was impossible, and the presence of null light did exactly that. Now then, with that confirmed, Aldrich got ready to get to work. He had taken enough of a break from fighting. It was time for a little bit of excitement now. He placed his hand on the ground, and a green light burst from it. Aldrich revealed his hand. A faint trail of smoke curled around his palm, bearing a glowing green sigil. The sigil, Aldrich noted, was different.
Thank you.
It consisted of simple line patterns that formed a shape reminiscent of a tower. He did not pay it much mind because he sensed nothing was off about it. Instead, he put his hand over the sign, and it reacted, glowing bright. Of course, Aldrich's answer was yes. When he willed this, the light from the sigil surged up, engulfing him, as he felt the darkness of his prison turn into the darkness of dimensional shifting. He thanked circumstance for putting him in this jail.
Thank you.
The world probably thought that they had Aldrich secure here, especially with that 22 entity, an entity unbound by any law, ready to fight him and try to kill him. But all the government had provided Aldrich was a very neat, very private spot to grow stronger. It reminded him of meditation caves where cultivators in some Chinese novels went to grow stronger, though unlike them, Aldrich would not take 500 years, probably. Thank you. He hoped the Death Lord had not changed too much, but knowing her unpredictable personality, really anything went. Regardless, he was prepared for the worst. But when Aldrich manifested into the Nexus, the worst was not what he got. Instead, the moment he materialized, he was hit full force with what felt like a speeding truck. Aldrich crashed into the ground, skidding backwards. Oof! Managed out Aldrich as he looked down to see Valera tackling him down with a full hug. Master? Thank you. You don't know how much I missed you, said Valera. It hasn't even been a day, said Aldrich with struggling breath. Valera's hugs had always been dangerous, but with her level now almost reaching 50, they were now no joke. A day without you is like an eternity to me, said Valera as she let out a sigh of contentment in holding Aldrich. I appreciate you too, said Aldrich.
Thank you.
As Valera snuggled into his chest, he hovered his hand over her back, wavering, wondering if this was the right thing to do. Valera suddenly detached from Aldrich, letting him stand up. She circled around him, narrowing her red eyes as she inspected Aldrich's body like a wary cat.
What is it?
Said Aldrich, as he looked around to get a brief idea of his surroundings. He was not in the Nexus at all. He was outside, standing in a vast field of grass that stretched out into the horizon. Thank you. Countless beautiful white lilies swayed in a gentle breeze, all of them glowing with a ghostly purple light. There was no sun here, leaving this place in permanent night. There was still light, though, shining from high above in a huge green orb atop an enormous tower that stretched into the skies. The orb mimicked the roll of a moon, casting pale silver light tinted with green downwards, the necropolis. This was the Death Lord's realm. Had Aldrich been ported here? Thank you. No, sign stones worked only for the Nexus. Had she merged the necropolis with the Nexus, then? What happened to the armor? He always complained about his personal space. I would have thought he would speak out now, said Valera. Volantis is undergoing repairs, said Aldrich. Repairs, Valera put a hand to her lip in concern.
Thank you.
She was dressed in her black dress set, and there, standing in the grass, amid a field of glowing purple lilies, she looked stunning, like something straight out of a masterpiece painting. Physical beauty did not affect Aldrich due to his lich status, but he could still understand and appreciate it. Will he be all right? Said Valera, concerned. I'm surprised you would ask about his well-being, said Aldrich. Thank you. I am envious of how close he gets to be with you, and thoroughly annoyed by how he prevents me from expressing my loyalty, said Valera. But that does not mean I can take away from what he does for you. What he does for this legion by protecting you when I cannot. You're becoming more open-minded, noted Aldrich. It was a habit of mine to think myself your only defender, said Valera. She smiled proudly. After all, I am your guardian knight. None should be deserving to shield you but I. Thank you. She shook her head. But that is simply not true. I cannot be there with you all the time, nor am I the only one that deserves to protect you. I realized it when I saw that little girl with the spatial magic work so very hard, even under my harsh expectations. All of us, the entire Legion, are your guardian knight, and each of us has a role to play in it. My feelings cannot be allowed to break the order of our Legion, especially not when I hold such a high role within it. Thank you. What a fine commander you have, Deathwalker. The Death Lord before Aldrich and Valera. She pointed to Valera with her pipe, trails of lavender smoke curling from her lips as she spoke. She learns so very quickly, reminds me of myself when I was younger. But enough of this idle chatter. The Death Lord raised a proud arm in the air, the pipe in her fingers drawing a trail of smoke with her movements. Aldrich noticed then that she only had a single arm. Thank you, and welcome to your new and much improved Nexus, Chapter 183. Into the Nexus 2, Aldrich paused to stare at the Death Lord, noting the drastic changes to her. One of her arms was completely gone, her robes hanging loosely around the area. One of her shining, emerald-green, draconic eyes was gone, covered over by a black eye patch. Under the eye patch, the hints of burned flesh were visible. One of the Death's Lord's black horns had been severed, crumbled down to the base. Thank you. All of the damage she took, it seemed, was localized to her right side. The injuries stood in contrast to her regal robes, but she still proudly strutted about as if nothing was wrong at all, showing her shapely legs under the slit of her robes and putting out her chest with all the confidence in the world. Valera side-eyed Aldrich with a narrow gaze. What happened to you? Said Aldrich. Oh, this. The Death Lord looked down at her missing arm. Nothing really. Thank you. A sparring session with one of my Death Guard that turned a little intense. Your first Death Guard, I assume? That's the only one that could injure you like this, said Aldrich. Among the Death Lord's 5 Death Guard, the number in the guard did not indicate strength. Volantis, for example, was 5th, but at his peak, when he went on his warrior's journey to become stronger and obtained he became the 2nd or 3rd strongest, but the 1st Death Guard was no doubt the undisputed strongest.
Thank you.
Rella the God-Slayer was her name. She was the estranged daughter of a high god called Rathos, who was basically the equivalent of Zeus in Elden World and in raw firepower. She exceeded even the Death Lord with massive area of effect lightning barrages. Rella does find it difficult to control herself sometimes, nodded the Death Lord. But enough about my injuries. They hardly weaken me. Thank you. How about I introduce you to the much-needed changes I made to this pitiable space that ignorant goddess deemed the Nexus? You're weakened, you say? Said Aldrich. Then what happens if I challenge you here and now? Do I have a chance to usurp your power all at once? Ho, you would approach me like that? Challenge me to now? The Death Lord smiled, baring her many sharp, draconic teeth.
Thank you. If taking down this snake is what you require.
Valera put her arm out to the side and stood firmly by Aldrich's side, her cross shield materializing around her arm. Then I will be happy to oblige, Master. I may be weakened, Deathwalker, but you are being too confident just because you've received some power. Uncharacteristically confident, said the Death Lord. It was just a hypothetical, said Aldrich. Hey, an interesting one to consider, my Deathwalker, but patience. Thank you. We will have our destined battle soon, and you're not at full strength either, though, are you? Said the Death Lord as she breathed out a ring of purple smoke that floated towards Aldrich's helm. It would have landed on his white dot eye before he batted the smoke out the way. What did you do to my dear Volantis? I allow him to serve you, and he comes back like this. Poor thing. He'll be fine soon, said Aldrich. He looked around. Where are the rest of my units? Thank you. Ah, they are resting in the Nexus, said the Death Lord. She waved her pipe, beckoning Aldrich forward. Come, come! I am just dying to show you how much I have changed things for the better. Oh, I am already dead, but you understand what I mean. The Death Lord strutted away, walking towards the imposing castle gate of the towering necropolis. Valera held her shield tight still, but Aldrich put his hand on her shoulder. It's all right! He started to follow the Death Lord. Thank you. One thing he noted was that the Death Lord was actually not that good at hiding her expressions and emotions in the way that, say, Solomon Solar was. She was too expressive when her true appearance was laid bare like this. She probably relied on her enormous full-body armor covered her face to make her unreadable, but Aldrich could tell she was not entirely comfortable with his questioning. Thank you. It was in the way her eyes shifted, in the way her serpentine tongue flitted out in a hint of displeasure, in the way her eye ever so slightly twitched, that he got the idea that she was not exactly telling the truth of her injuries. Aldrich did not press on further in this matter, though the Death Lord was probably never going to give him a straight answer, and so long as she did not pose a direct threat, he could tolerate her. Valera nodded, her shield dematerializing. Thank you. She gave the spot where Aldrich had touched a lingering, loving gaze, before quickly following behind Aldrich. The Death Lord walked up to the bone-decorated castle gate of the necropolis and waved her hand in front of it. The door crackled with green magical energy, but it did not move. Ugh, my magic is still not what it was, said the Death Lord. I will just do this. The Death Lord took her pipe between her fingers and cast a spell.
Thank you.
The smoke emanating from her pipe turned green, amplifying en masse into clouds that covered Aldrich and Valera. You can afford to cast a 8th circle spell like this, but not open a simple door, said Aldrich. You are quite critical of me today. I almost feel shy, said the Death Lord as she made a mock gesture to hide the low cut of the robes that barely hit her chest. But alas, I am Lord of Death, and shame is not part of my being. Now, take this warp with me to the Nexus. Thank you. There you may be reunited with the rest of your budding legion. The Death Lord flashed a mischievous smile, and quite the change too. Well, everything in that accursed place, ranging from that dreary old smith to those putrid divine waters to the shadowy mannequin of that disgusting light-loving wench. Chapter 184, complete overhaul as they took Aldrich, Valera, and the Death Lord to the Nexus in a warp. Aldrich asked Valera, by the way, what were you doing out there? Thank you. If everyone else is in the Nexus still? Well, I wanted the privilege of seeing you first, Master, said Valera. Did I do anything wrong? Perhaps I left the Legion unattended. No, it's fine. I'm sure you wouldn't have left them if you didn't think their safety at least somewhat guaranteed, said Aldrich with a nod that Valera smiled at. My young love, such a wonderful sight to see. Sickeningly sweet, I must say, said the Death Lord as she frowned and waved her hand, speeding up the— Thank you. What? It is not like that, protested Valera. Not yet, at least. No, what am I saying? I am his guardian knight. It would go against my vows to fall for the one I am sworn to defend. Yes, because rules are never broken, of course, said the Death Lord as she rolled her eyes and twirled her pipe, causing the warp to finalize.
Thank you.
The mist that gathered around the group fluxed and thickened, and in the next instant Aldrich felt his vision blacken and his body grow weightless as he underwent the warp. When the darkness faded away, Aldrich found himself staring at an enormous pillar of pure green, crystallized energy. The crystal structure looked like the branches of a tree stretching upwards, latching onto an incredibly high ceiling of dark stone that stood almost 100 meters high.
Thank you.
You've made the place much bigger, noted Aldrich as he looked around. The Nexus was originally a small space that functioned more like an audience chamber to meet with the goddess Amara, so it was limited in space. Now, though, Aldrich found himself inside a massive hallway that could easily seat an entire football stadium inside of it. This was a complete and utter overhaul of the entire Nexus. No, this place could not even be called the same anymore.
Thank you.
Aldrich heard a massive commotion behind him, and he turned around to see his legion, or at least the monstrous units he had decided to take into the Nexus, all gathered ready to meet him. At the head of them stood Okeanos with the Geist, Crab, and Merman behind the Locus.
Glad to see you all made it,
said Aldrich with a smile. We are happy to see you, Master, said Okeanos with a bow of his head. We waited long. Thank you. It's barely been a day, thought Aldrich, but then again, he had heard the exact same thing from Valera. He did not complain, though. It just meant his units were that loyal to him. Gah, said the Geist. Gah, gah. The crab monsters Aldrich had under his command waved their pincers in the air in their signature dance, and Crab followed along with its giant pincers, probably having taken a liking to the dance, and practiced it. Hoskal,
Thank you,
said Merman, as he clasped his many hands together in a gesture of deference.
Ge?
The Geist clasped his hands together to mimic Merman. Kos Vul, said Merman. The Geist showed his clasped hands to Merman. Ge? Vo mil can il kos vul, said Merman.
Ge.
The Geist focused on his hands and shuddered before explosively growing out an additional pair of much thinner arms, clasping them together.
Moro, said Merman.
Thank you. At that moment, from the back, the zombie giant roared and beat his chest to acknowledge Aldrich's return, completely drowning out every other sound in a thunderous burst of volume. Gesh, said the Geist. Vo, agreed Merman. Aldrich saw that development and noted how incredibly fast the Geist was growing in training its powers. It had figured out how to apply its explosive growth ability not just to heal its wounds, but to grow entirely new body parts as well. Thank you. That made Aldrich consider the Geist even higher for dark wisdom levels. Your legion has grown so much, said Valera, as she stood by Aldrich, smiling as she looked at the diverse crowd of creatures of all shapes and sizes interacting with each other, far greater than it has ever been when you were a mortal. Our legion has grown, corrected Aldrich. Without you, I wouldn't have had the firepower or defensive capability to make all this happen. I only followed you.
Thank you.
A red tint flushed in Valera's pale cheeks. But if you say so, my master. Aldrich looked beyond his army of monsters and to their surroundings. The giant hallway was empty, made entirely of austere gray or black stone lit up only by the green glow of the huge crystal root structure behind him. Though quite empty, the hallway felt strangely similar in design, and when he reflected on his memory, he came to realize why.
Is this design a replica of your throne room?
Said Aldrich.
Thank you.
Minus the banners, throne, and, well, basically any decoration. Where did the rest of the Nexus go? The trial quest pillars, the blacksmith, the goddess Amara, and the wellspring of life? The Death Lord's eye twitched when she heard the name Amara, but she kept her cool. My, you could tell, said the Death Lord with a sly smile, and my apologies for its emptiness. I did not have much time to work with, but it is fitting. Thank you. This throne room of yours is merely the beginning of your journey as usurper. When my powers are yours, this throne room shall be complete, filled with your proud legion, and, of course, a throne. That is what this will be. The Death Lord tapped the enormous crystal roots with her pipe, letting out the sound of wood hitting glass. By interacting with this throne shard, you may access those spaces you know as trial quests.
Thank you.
The throne shard glowed, emitting an eerie, deep echo before projecting multiple small portals outlined in fiery green in front of Aldrich. Within each portal, Aldrich could see snippets of different scenery. A muddy swamp in one, a scorching desert in another, huge swaths of storm clouds here, and eerie abandoned ruins there. These were all snapshots of the environments in the trial quests available to Aldrich. Thank you, specifically. Trial quests 1, 2, 3, and 4, though, of course, Aldrich had already cleared the first quest. Aldrich inspected the portals and the throne shard, wondering how to interact with them. This throne shard is akin to an extension of your own will, said the Death Lord. Simply bear your thoughts to it, and it will fulfill your wishes. Aldrich nodded and willed the throne shard to show him the rest of the trial quests.
Thank you.
Bright bolts of green energy crackled outwards as Aldrich established a connection with the throne shard for the first time. He felt a jolting sensation in his mind, but it quickly passed, and when it did, he felt the throne shard linked to his mind. The throne shard glowed and released its deep hum before showing 7 more portals, the rest of Aldrich's trial quests. Aldrich noted something off. Thank you. The portals for trial quests 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 were filled out with green, not revealing what was within him. That he could understand, as he technically was not high enough level to access them. But trial quests 11 and 12 were completely blacked out. Those final 2 trial quests are not available to you, explained the Death Lord. After all, originally they were intended to seal my Death Guard and myself, but since we are here, those trial quests are... Can't I access them then?
Thank you,
said Aldrich. They possess the same level-based restriction as with the other trial quests, said the Death Lord. She shrugged. I suppose once you reach those levels you may use those quest spaces as storage of some sort. Quite anticlimactic, thought Aldrich. The 2 now epic showdowns staged in the Ultra Endgame against the Death Guard and Death Lord respectively were now reduced to just storage. And where's the Wellspring Goddess and Blacksmith? Said Aldrich. Wellspring. Thank you. Bah, that pool of disgusting sewer water. Why would you even wonder of its presence? Those waters would rejuvenate lesser undead, but to the likes of us higher undead, it is nothing more than foul poison, said the Death Lord. I would have destroyed it outright, but there was still magical energy within the wellspring that I found a waste to discard. Thus, I had it refashioned into something far better ting for you, usurper. The Death Lord tapped the throne shard proudly with her pipe.
Thank you. You turned the wellspring into the throne shard?
Said Aldrich.
Precisely.
The Death Lord laughed. And that ugly drawing of that even uglier goddess, I broke into raw magic and infused into the throne as well. There was surprisingly little to use in that scribble of a shell, though. But then again, I should not be surprised that a goddess that relied upon the mindless faith of masses held little strength herself. I see, said Aldrich. And the blacksmith? He was quite useful to me. Thank you. Sindri was but a slave to Amara, said the Death Lord. He too was a simple drawn shell, but I found it right to shatter it and free him, if indeed there was truly anything of him in there. So I've lost access to all my crafting and healing, said Aldrich. You called that crafting? The Death Lord was ended, rolling the dice over and over again for this treasure and that. No. The Death Lord placed her pipe in her mouth and snapped her engers. Thank you. In response, behind the throne shard, another portal opened up. A much larger one, indicating that something big was coming through it. A giant stepped out with his face covered in a helmet that looked like a welding mask. He was garbed in protective metal and thick cloth that indicated not a warrior's armor, but a blacksmith's coverings. Blacksmithing tools like a hammer and a drill-like item were skewered into the S of one of his arms.
Thank you.
Dull black aims ickered around the length of his other arm. The giant carried a sizable anvil in one hand and an inactive cylindrical furnace in the other. Despite his immense size, the giant very gently set down the anvil and furnace on the ore before turning around and waving to Aldrich. "Hullo, my name is Bors. I smith for you now." The giant's voice was surprisingly mellow, not at all like the thunderous rumbling roars that Aldrich's own undead giant could let out.
Thank you.
Bors sounded positively friendly, on the contrary. "Bors is one of my nest smiths, among the best of my giant forgers," declared the Death Lord. "Any work he produces here will be of the nest quality, and no longer will you need to rely on luck for your smithing wants. Instead, Bors will listen to your requests and work to meet them directly." Chapter 185, Bors the Giant Blacksmith. Chapter 185, Bors the Giant Blacksmith Bors. Aldrich stepped around the throne shard and in front of Bors. "Thank you." The giant was large, standing at around 8 meters tall, but denightly a good amount shorter than Aldrich's zombie giant, which stood at 12 meters. Bors also looked a little more misshapen than Aldrich's giant, where Aldrich's giant had a powerful muscular body with good proportions like a powerlifter. Bors had a hunched back, big torso, and comparatively skinnier arms and legs. "You're an earth giant," noted Aldrich. "Thank you." In Elden World, most giants, like Aldrich's zombie giant, lived in a faraway northern land of towering mountains. There, the giants used enormous swaths of solid mystic clouds, like giant aerial planes, living upon them, or using them to cross from mountaintop to mountaintop. Thus, these giants were aptly called sky giants. Bors, however, was a giant descended from ancient clans that split from the Borean line, deciding to give up life atop the skies and instead tread upon the humble dirt. Thank you, because they decided to forego the skies to live upon the earth. They were called earth giants. Yes, I am like earth, I am strong, so smith I can long, said Bors enthusiastically. Bor's face was covered under his welding helm, but the giant probably had a bright smile underneath it. Earth giants tended to be less intelligent than their sky giant counterparts, but at the same time, they were far less aggressive and one of the friendliest races in Elden World. Gentle giants through and through.
Thank you.
Which made them easy to exploit, causing many civilizations to enslave them not only for their prodigious strength, but their strong connection to the earth that granted them an innate for metalworking. I rescued Bors from a life of sewering as an elven tower builder, said the Death Lord. I found him when I alighted down and utterly obliterated that little city. What was its name? Ars Fisteria.
Thank you.
They had that puny tree tower that the elves are so fond of building in their cities, nothing at all compared to my necropolis, but I do give them respect for their eorts. The Death Lord shook her head. I granted the elves 3 chances to surrender, but they refused to yield. Far too proud a people for their own good, I dare say. Does Bors need coins to take a smithing request? Said Aldrich. He got a closer look at Bors and saw scorch marks and whip wounds scarring his arms aplenty. Thank you. Signs of the giant's past as a slave. Coins, nonsense, said the Death Lord. Bors is only limited by the time it takes for him to forge what you desire and the resources you bestow upon him. Aldrich Bry wondered what he would do with the coins in his inventory, but he set that issue aside for later. Strong I am, forge I can, said Bors, as he nodded several times at Aldrich. Bors, what can you do with this? Said Aldrich as he materialized the soul of Seth Solar.
Thank you.
The ghostly white orb glowed in Aldrich's hand. This was other than the locus, the greatest prize Aldrich had won in the past night, a symbol of his full vengeance and a new age of strength. My, that is quite an interesting soul, said the Death Lord as she itted out her forked tongue. From one of these new worlders, no, powerful too, I can sense it. Go on, Bors, tell us how you will forge this? Bors sat down behind his giant anvil and furnace.
Thank you.
He held out an open palm, and the soul owed above it, looking positively tiny in his huge, scarred hand. Bors craned his neck down as he stared at the soul. I never see anything like this before, but I make it work, said Bors. He looked to Aldrich. What you want? You best not forge a weapon, my dear usurper, said the Death Lord, without even using my beautiful scythe even once. Thank you. So, Clorhlo, how will your lover there think of your loyalty if she sees you hop from wondrous weapon after the other? Ha! 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 My master is the utmost symbol of loyalty, protested Valera. Of course, said the Death Lord with a smile. You are so very easy to tease, Guardian. Valera pouted as she turned to Aldrich. Master, I must resist a rising urge to duel that woman. We'll get that duel in time, said Aldrich as he glanced to the Death Lord. Won't we? Yes.
Thank you. Yes, you shall,
said the Death Lord with bared fangs and excited grin. As for what I want, Bors, began Aldrich. He did not want a weapon because the Death Lord was right. The 4th Hallowed War Scythe was already a superb quality item. Aldrich also already had an armor set that would grow with him in the form of Volantis. Can you forge me a seal? A seal, yes, I can. Forge I can, said Bors.
Thank you.
A seal was a catalyst that aided in spellcasting, but unlike weapon catalysts, seals had no inherent offensive usage. They were mostly handheld talismans that one could not really use as a weapon like a staff or a scythe. In exchange, however, where catalyst weapons usually only had a single strong active ability, a seal provided several active spells as well as stronger passive eats. Thank you. To use the active spells of a seal, one had to materialize it and wield it in one hand, preventing two-handing of a weapon. However, the good thing about seals was that you could wear them as an accessory when their active spells were not needed, granting permanent access to their passives. Thanks, Bors, said Aldrich. What kind of spells you want, said Bors. Tell me, and I try to do all. Said Aldrich. Thank you. Considering Seth's rough strength at around level 40, he could get a seal at the epic rank. The higher the rank of a seal, the more spells it could store, and at the epic rank, a seal could store 4 spells. An area of eked damage spell, a high single target damage spell, a healing spell, and a stat boosting boo. Bors nodded along to Aldrich's words, tapping a nougat to his head to try and help him follow along and remember.
Thank you.
It took a solid 30 seconds after Aldrich stopped speaking for Bors to respond.
Okay, I get it,
said Bors. I do all that. My hammer will strike loud, and soon you be proud. Bors took the soul in his hand and led it to his furnace. He opened the metal cylinder up and funneled in some of the black aims imbued on one of his arms. The furnace roared with activity, airing with dark re and embers. He stewed the soul in and closed the door shut. I think I be done in V-days, said Bors.
Thank you. 5 days.
That should be me, said Aldrich. He could not help but like Bors. Bors was a gentle giant through and through, dutiful and always positive, but most of all, innocent. I expect a lot from you, Bors. No worries. My work always good, said Bors as he sat down in front of the furnace, cross-legged. Now then, said the Death Lord. She looked Aldrich over from head to toe, closely inspecting him. Where are you looking? Said Valera suspiciously. Ogling your lover, is it not evident?
Thank you.
Before Valera could react, the Death Lord laughed as she put her hand to her lip. A jest. No, I was simply checking on my dear Death Guard Volantis. Instead of forging new toys, how about we take the time to poor old Volantis now, Chapter 186. Fixing Volantis, Chapter 186. Fixing Volantis, Jobulantis. Whatever software the demons use for him told me that he's undergoing self-repair. Do you mean you want to accelerate that process? Aldrich asked the Death Lord. Software.
Thank you.
The Death Lord ever so slightly tilted her head, making Aldrich realize that she obviously would have no idea what that word meant. I do not grasp that word, but I understand the essence of what you are saying, and to answer yes and no. We will restore Volantis, but not in the way the demons wished. Explain, said Aldrich. Thank you. The fact that you have caused the demon will entrapped within Volantis to manifest like this, to try and scrub Volantis's soul, means you managed to get him to reclaim a shard of his former soul, quite likely through recalling old memories. No, said the Death Lord. You would be right about that, said Aldrich. Excellent. The Death Lord tapped her pipe with her index finger in a positive gesture. Then that signals the demon will is weakened near to its destruction. Thank you, weakened enough to be completely dispelled. If the demon will is purged, then Volantis will return with the full extent of his old soul, but the Death Lord narrowed her one eye as she stared at Aldrich. It is your decision whether you desire this or not. Volantis was a proud warrior in his life of yore, and he followed a leader he devoted himself greatly to. It may be that should he return with his old spirit intact, he will not recognize you as his own. Thank you. Is that why you never tried to restore Volantis when he was under your command? Said Aldrich. Partially. Mostly it was because the demon will was too powerful for even myself to sunder, said the Death Lord. Which is an interesting aspect of this whole situation to note. It would appear that without the flame arcs in this new world of yours, demonic influence is at its weakest. Aldrich did not know everything about demon lore, but he did know what flame arcs were. Thank you. Demons were not actually native existences to Elduin, the main physical realm that Elden World mostly operated on. Demons instead hailed from a hell-like separate realm of eternal aim called the Pyre, Because of their extra-dimensional status, demons needed some kind of physical anchor in Elduin to manifest. For most demons, this was the Flame Arc, an enormous collective of demonic runes that generated a constant eld of infernal energy from the pyre that sustained demonic presence. Thank you. Demons that relied upon the Flame Arc were called incarnated demons, for their physical forms were literally built up and incarnated by the Flame Arcs. Other demons, particularly those that were converted from Elduin native to demon, were called anchored demons, for they were permanently anchored to a specific physical body. In Volantis's case, this was his armor form.
Thank you.
Flame arcs also supported the vast majority of demonic magics, so it made sense that in Earth, where there were no flame arcs or any demons, really, the magic that kept Volantis's soul chained would weaken. "What will your decision be, usurper?" said the Death Lord. "If you do nothing, the demon will within that armor will still have the strength to restore Volantis to a state where he knew nothing of his original soul." Thank you. And you need not worry of the demon will weakening to such an extent that it will fade away entirely. Like a parasite, it will eternally sustain itself to a minimum extent of Volantis's own soul and power. In the case that Volantis does rebel against me, do I have an option of subjugating him? Said Aldrich. Technically speaking, Volantis was not one of Aldrich's undead. He could not just enforce his will on Volantis and be done with it. Thank you. This was because demons were one of the very few existences immune to being raised as undead. When Aldrich raised units from the necropolis, he did so using sigils, symbols of power granted to him by the Death Lord. All those symbols did was transfer ownership over to Aldrich. For most of the undead, switching ownership meant they became his own undead with no issue. Thank you. But in Volantis's case, all it meant was that he just switched literal physical ownership over to Aldrich like two players swapping items with each other. Yes, said the Death Lord, but it would be a difficult one. You could defeat him in combat, which would weaken his soul and allow the demon will to take over again. I have an arena to isolate Volantis for this purpose. That is, if you do desire his awakening. Volantis is strong, but he can't handle facing my legion alone.
Thank you.
The risk isn't significant to take him down. I just need to know whether there are actually any benefits to letting Volantis have his old memories, said Aldrich, speaking from a point of view of pure rationality. Aldrich valued Volantis, it was true, and if possible, he would have liked Volantis to have his old self without the chains of the demon will erasing who he originally was.
Thank you.
But the thing was, if all this just made Volantis an enemy, if there was no discernible benate to Aldrich, then he would not go through with it either. Volantis would gain access to the martial skills and experiences he would have had in life, said the Death Lord. In my research, I knew Volantis to be an Orc Lord, just shy of a War Mother or War Father which leads entire hordes. The soul also influences one's physical form to an extent. Thank you. With his original soul fully awakened, his armored body may undergo direct changes that no doubt will increase his strength. The amount of power he receives will be appreciable, and if he accepts you as his armored still, then it may very well be that over time those powers and traits may transfer over to you. Aldrich had an idea of what Volantis could gain. Orcs in Elden World were immense physical powerhouses with their denning trait being their endurance. Thank you. Unlike trolls, orcs did not have regeneration, but what they did have was an indomitable will and bodies that seemingly never tired, letting them doot and doot and doot for days, even while they hungered or even nursed near-lethal wounds. Volantis would also gain access to the skills he would have had as an orc warrior. Orc warriors practiced their own unique combat art called shaping that involved martial arts moves that manipulated the elements of nature around them. Thank you. Depending on what tribe they were from, they could shape earth, or wind. Aldrich did not know exactly which tribe Volantis was from, but if he was an Orc Lord, he should at least be a master in one of those shaping arts, potentially multiple. All right, I'll do it, said Aldrich. Take me to your arena. As you wish, my dear usurper, said the Death Lord. She tapped the throne shard with her pipe, causing it to crackle with energy.
Thank you.
A list of various small portals appeared representing each of the ores of the necropolis. As she started to scroll through them with icks of her pipe, Aldrich asked, "Do I have access to the necropolis through this throne shard as well?" "My, getting greedy now, are we? But I do like that." "However, no, not past the 15th ore which you cleared and claimed as your own," said the Death Lord. "All others are still under my control." "Thank you. But you will be given opportunity to challenge them and make them yours over time." "Over time, then? This entire necropolis will be mine," said Aldrich. "That is the end goal of this." "Yes," said the Death Lord. "Ah, here we are." She tapped a small portal showing an insides of a Colosseum-like arena with her pipe. The portal expanded greatly, engulling all the others to create one singular portal. "The preparations are complete," said the Death Lord. "Take whoever you wish for this." "Thank you. In the case that Volantis is less than cooperative, orcs can be a troublesome bunch in that regard." "Valera Okeanos," said Aldrich. "Come with me." "I am ever by your side, Master," said Valera with a bow of her head. Okeanos jumped a dozen meters in the air and landed right behind Aldrich. "I serve good," said Aldrich. In the case that Volantis did turn aggressive, Aldrich had to make battle plans against the armor. "Thank you." Volantis had powerful area of eked shattered bone necromancy spells, so Aldrich did not want to take any units that might die in the crossree. He wanted to take strong individual units that would overwhelm Volantis and protect Aldrich. Okeanos and Valera were good enough for this purpose. Valera could guard Aldrich, and Okeanos was strong enough to overwhelm Volantis, not to mention Aldrich himself had decent repower too. "Thank you." He did not take other strong units like the giant, crab, or merman because in the case that this whole restoration attempt turned sour, he wanted to— "Our taking?" said the Death Lord. "I should not doubt your judgment, though, and this one." The Death Lord immediately manifested behind Okeanos, inspecting the variant with curious, gleaming emerald green eyes as she spoke. Lavender smoke curled out from her lips and ickered around Okeanos. "Is quite the specimen." "Thank you. The New World has its own fair share of mighty creatures, that is to be for certain." Okeanos whirled around and swiped at the Death Lord in complete reactive instinct, his rainbow-colored eyes wide in utter surprise that someone could just completely blindside him like that. "Ah, my apologies." The Death Lord swayed backwards, exibly, deftly dodging the blow. A gust of pressurized wind passed her face from the forceful swipe, blowing her faint purple hair backwards. "Thank you. Stand down, Okeanos," said Aldrich. "Yes," said Okeanos as he warily stared down at the Death Lord. "I let my curiosity get the better of me." "That was rude," said the Death Lord. She strutted back to Aldrich. "Sometimes I cannot help myself. I do love things that interest me. As an immortal, that is one of the few things that casts away the boredom of eternity. Now, enough wasting time." "But you were the one wasting time," thought Aldrich, but he did not voice this intrusive thought. "Thank you." The Death Lord nodded at Aldrich and passed through the portal. Aldrich sighed. The Death Lord's personality was almost like his opposite. She was less serious, more impulsive, and quite vocal about everything. The type of person he would not have gotten along with well in the real world, but he dealt with the cards he was given. "Let's go," said Aldrich. He looked down at his clawed hands, claws that might turn against him soon, and prepare for HTHT.
"Thank you."
"I am ready," said Okeanos as he clenched his STs, surges of crackling green and blue energy traveling around his colorful shell. "As am I," said Valera as she materialized her shield and armor. Chapter 187, Second and Fourth Death Guard. Chapter 187, Second and Fourth Death Guard. Aldrich passed through the portal, followed by Okeanos and Valera. They warped into the Death Lord's arena, standing in the center of an enormous Colosseum.
Thank you.
They were in the actual diting pit itself, surrounded by a stage of sand dotted with shards of shattered bone and bits and pieces of hacked armor. Evidently, this place had seen quite some action in the past. Now, though, as Aldrich looked around, seeing the many empty stands and seats towering around the pit, he felt a distinct sense of emptiness, of abandonment. The Death Lord followed Aldrich's gaze and sighed. Yes, this place has seen better days. Thank you. Roaring crowds and battles to make the blood of even the coldest-hearted of undead boil, but since the severing of realms, I fear I do not have enough under my command for such spectacle, with less than a third of my troops remaining with me. Severing of realms, said Aldrich. It is a term that Medulla, my precious second, coined the strange incident that tore us from the Elduin realm and into this limbo space, said the Death Lord. This space bound strangely to your existence. Thank you. If you fall, we all fall, so do take that into note and try not to die, my dear usurper. I've been meaning to ask about that, actually. Do you have any idea what happened to transfer you over here? Said Aldrich. He had always been curious exactly how the game world had manifested into reality, but he had no ways to get an answer. There was his game console in Blackwater, and he did have plans to retrieve it. However, it had been some time since Aldrich had been in Blackwater. Thank you. Most likely his dorm room had been cleared out by now, and trying to get back to the rundown store that sold Aldrich the game would be impossible. Aldrich remembered that store. It was a shack store, a rundown, temporary store set up around the outskirts of New York. The owner of the shack had been a man with a cybernetic black mask who had said nothing to Aldrich, just sold him the single copy of Elden World in his store for 50 or so credits.
Thank you.
Shack stores like that, which sold antique physical copies of games on top of random pieces of hardware and junk, propped up and disappeared so often that he highly doubted the store even still existed. And the store owner's status as a nomad meant he had no citizenship recorded anywhere on top of never settling down in any one location. It would be incredibly difficult, if not near impossible, to track him down, if he was even alive. Thank you. But if the Death Lord had the resources of her necropolis, it might have been possible for her to get a much better understanding than Aldrich. You wish to know the answer? Said the Death Lord. The truth of the dark secret that lies in this merging of realms? Yes, said Aldrich. Then good, I do too. The Death Lord shrugged. Aldrich put a palm to his face before speaking again. Let's get on with Shing Volantis. The Death Lord smiled and nodded.
Thank you, Medla Waiki. It's about time you show yourselves.
In response, a portal appeared behind the Death Lord. This portal was not green like hers or Aldrich's, but instead a bright, infernal red. The telltale coloring of demonic energy. From there, two women stepped out that looked dramatically different from each other. One of the women was tall and skinny, standing about level with Valera. She was dressed in a long black trench coat, with the coat tail reaching almost down her ankles.
Thank you.
Almost all of her skin was covered, her hands wrapped in what looked like bandages and her feet clothed in black boots. The lower half of her face was wrapped in bandages as well. The only thing really visible about her was her upper face, the skin pale and shade and marked along the cheeks with a line of gleaming red runes. Her eyes were a airy orange red, covered a little by a thin curtain of white bangs.
Thank you.
Deep, tired crease lines and dark circles decorated her eyes, giving her a positively done with this all aura. She peered at Aldrich with this tired gaze. So, this is who our new master will be. I expected more. This was Curator Medulla, second among the Death Guard. 4 red horns sprouted from the sides of her white hair, indicating her status as an archdemon. If Aldrich remembered correctly, she was level 80+.
Thank you.
She served as the curator of the necropolis, specializing in spatial magics to keep things moving throughout the forbiddingly large structure. Don't say that. We don't know what kind of person he is. He might be wonderful, said the woman beside her. She was a much smaller woman in comparison to Medulla and held a far more welcoming aura with a shy but big smile. She daintily grasped a wooden staff ending with a glowing blue overhead in front of her. Thank you. Her garb consisted of a chest covering and ankle-length skirt made of leaves and owers knitted together with bones. Unlike with Medulla, this outbared quite a bit of her tanned skin. Her lengthy forest green hair was tied in a bun, set with narrow bone spikes as hairpins. Deer antlers glowing with a spectral blue shine sprouted from her head. And this, Aldrich recognized, was Wakey the Spirit Caller, the fourth of the Death Guard, level 60+. I always set my bar low, said Medulla. Thank you. That way I'm never disappointed. Stop spreading your negativity everywhere, said Wakey. She turned to Aldrich and gave him a deep bow. Greetings, usurper. I am Wakey, fourth among the Death Guard. I look forward to working with you, Medulla shrugged. What? She said. Why are you two here, said Aldrich. To Volantis, of course, said the Death Lord. My powers can destroy, but restoration is not my specialty. These two are far better at that. I see, said Aldrich. Thank you. Medulla, as an archdemon, probably has knowledge of Volantis, and Wakey's spirit magic helps in dealing with Volantis's soul. Precisely, said the Death Lord. My spirit magic is nothing to skew at, but it is still at the level of a novice compared to Wakey. Oh, don't say that. You're plenty special too, Melly, said Wakey. Melly, that's your name? Said Aldrich to the Death Lord. Thank you. He had never actually known the Death Lord's name in the lore because she was just known as, well, the Death Lord. What? The Death Lord was Ustard. No, that is a simple nickname, and so what if it is, Do you think it unbetting of someone my status? No, I don't particularly care, said Aldrich. All right, enough chatter, said Medulla. She rubbed her forehead. I have enough research and tower maintenance as is. Let's get on with this. Thank you, you. She pointed a bandage-wrapped nigger at Aldrich. Get naked. Excuse me? Valera stepped forward. I need Volantis, to inspect him, said Medulla. She looked at Valera, inspecting her brae before shooing her away. You're useless. Go wait somewhere else. If I am to be your new master in the future, then you should know a thing or two about treating others with respect, said Aldrich as he stepped in for Valera. What I mean is, she's a warrior. Thank you. She doesn't have the knowledge to be here. She'll get in the way. Same with that Shelsh, said Medulla as she stared at Aldrich with her unbrokenly fatigued stare. I never get in the way of the master, protested Okeanos. Medulla is an academic through and through. She has spent her eternity secluding herself in a study like a recluse, said the Death Lord as she yanked Medulla back with her coat. Thank you. Medulla just stared tiredly as she was lifted up and placed behind the Death Lord like an unruly puppy. She has not learned how to tutor her thoughts, nor has she learned a shred of decorum, no matter how much I try to teach her. But she is right. Volantis must come for this procedure to continue. I understand, said Aldrich. He willed Volantis to detach, and the demon will's voice echoed in Aldrich's mind. Removing armor, said the demon will.
Thank you.
Aldrich watched as the armor started to break apart into exable metal strips, peeling of his body. Master, with no hesitation at all, I will give you your privacy. Valera put her hands in front of her eyes, though noticeably. She left a gap between her angers to peek, and as the armor fully unpeeled, it revealed Aldrich in his full, naked glory. As a skeleton, of course. I still feel strangely naked, even as a skeleton, commented Aldrich as he looked down at his body of bare bone.
Thank you.
Then his magical aura manifested, turning into a bright sphere of glowing green energy that covered his lower body.
Much better.
Valera sighed in mild disappointment as she took her hands from her eyes. Inspecting now, said Medulla as she twirled her hand. A faint purple outline covered Volantis's now empty armor form. The armor levitated in the air and plopped down right in front of Medulla. Wakey, get over here and be ready.
Yes.
Thank you.
Wakey hopped over to Medulla's side, peering at Volantis. How long will this take? Said Aldrich to the Death Lord. Not long at all. A mere minute or so, I should say, said the Death Lord, gazing at Medulla and Wakey like a proud parent. After all, these are my precious Death Guard. Their abilities are top class. The demon will has become this weakened from the New World? Interesting, said Medulla. She put a hand on the helm of the armor directly over the white eye dot. Thank you. Isolating demon will. Medulla withdrew her hand, and from the eye dot, a strand of airy red energy emerged. The energy snaked upwards, coiling across Medulla's injures and up her arm like a living worm of energy. Containing, said Medulla as she opened her palm. A baseball-sized black hole-like void manifested above her hand, sucking in the demon will before collapsing in upon itself. This was Medulla's warp magic, the mystic path that she specialized in the most. Thank you, where warriors could devote themselves to combat arts and weapon arts that indicated specialties in specific martial arts and weapons, mages followed mystic paths that indicated the eld of magic they practiced. Medulla nodded to Wyke. Your turn. Oh, okay. I'll try my best. Wyke took her stay and gently put the oar head on Volantis's helm. Volantis, you were such a wonderful mentor to me, always driven to get stronger and so content too. Now I'll try and help you out.
Thank you.
Right? Ryke started to chant in a tongue that no human vocal cord could ever utter. It sounded like multiple voices layered into one, utterly indecipherable. As she spoke, her antlers glowed brightly, and strange ghostly wisps started to emanate from the ground below Volantis, circling the armor in gently dancing light. Thank you. Chapter 188, Volantis Restored. Chapter 188, Volantis Restored 3. The strange chant that Wyke uttered was the ancestral tongue, a language of old spirits where every single word held power in them. Even if Aldrich had a spell or passive that gave him all-speak, the ability to understand every language, it still would not have let him understand this tongue, for, according to the lore, it predated any regular spell. Thank you. In Elden World, the Elduin realm was ruled over by a variety of deities, but these gods were outsiders from other realms that had spread their influence upon the world. Before them all, the old spirits ruled the land, acting as aspects of nature that represented everything from forests to the realm's 3 great moons. Thank you. With the arrival of the elder gods, however, the old spirits were cast away, their influence relegated only to the soul stream, the great spiritual realm where all souls were cast back into upon death, to be washed and cleansed anew for renewal and rebirth. As a result, though the old spirits lost the capacity to grant their followers power over nature or the elements, they could still grant a strong entity to spiritual magic. Thank you. In particular, where the new gods used written runes to infuse their power, the old spirits used spoken words in the form of the ancestral tongue to grant their followers an avenue to access their strength. The issue was that with the advent of the gods, the followers of the old spirits thinned out from a variety of reasons ranging from active purging to simply a loss of followers over time. Thank you. Wyke's race, the Rusa humanoids with features of deers, were one of the few peoples that maintained a connection with the old spirits. Aldrich remembered how the Death Lord mentioned the soul stream in trying to revive Adam and Elaine, how the soul stream of this new world was inaccessible to her. Yet could Wyke achieve what the Death Lord could not through the old spirits? No, to begin with, were the old spirits even here to channel from? How will Wyke channel the soul stream? Thank you. I'm assuming the old spirits haven't transported over here, asked Aldrich to the Death Lord. No, not even she can reach into the waters of a foreign soul stream, said the Death Lord, and she cannot call upon the old spirits directly. However, their words of power that comprise the ancestral tongue still hold sway for a reason I cannot fathom. Medulla is still investigating why. There are many things I do not know yet, so you may end questioning me rather unhelpful. I see, said Aldrich. Thank you. I'm also curious about how all this happened. I have to spend the majority of my time in what you call the New World, so I can't devote myself to figuring this all out. But you have the time and resources to get answers. If you and any, let me know. I shall when I can, said the Death Lord, when you can. I plan on secluding myself in my throne room for some time to recover my injuries. Worry not, though. Thank you. I shall still grant you quests that continue to give you more and more of my power, said the Death Lord. I doubt Medulla will answer you even if you call to her. She does hate to be removed from that dreary study of hers, but I will give her an order to let you know of any breakthroughs in her research." "Done," said Wyke cheerfully. She wiped a few beads of sweat away from her forehead. "Thank you." The blue glow around her antlers started to fade away, leaving them to their original color of bone white. Aldrich inspected Volantis. Nothing about the armor seemed changed. It just stood there as if in suspended animation, unmoving and unresponsive. The eye dot was still white as well. "Are you sure?" said Aldrich. "Oh, of course I am. Oh, maybe something did go wrong. I don't know. I always mess things up somehow." Wyke frowned as she nervously held her sta. "Thank you." At that very moment, Volantis responded. Smooth streams of blue energy swirled out from Volantis, and in the creases and crevices of his armor body, an eerie glow permeated through, like an overcharged light bulb. That glow exploded outwards in a ash. "Eep," Wyke yelped as she pranced backwards, closing her eyes and holding her stay out defensively. Her deer ears twitched in terror. There was no doubt about it. Wyke was never meant to be a Thiter.
"Thank you."
Volantis started to twitch, the metal body of his loosing a rattle as he began to regain movement. "A good sign. Oh, it worked!" Wyke sighed, her ears opening down in relief. Aldrich felt a twinge of pity for Wyke in how she had died in Eldenworld. When the goddess Amara laid siege upon the necropolis and defeated the Death Guard, Wyke was the rest among them to go for. She was the weakest. She had been ambushed on a journey to harvest mortal souls for the Death Lord. "Thank you." While isolated prelates, high-level assassins of the radiant faith that served Amara, ambushed Wyke and her subordinates. To save her subordinates, Wyke stalled the prelates for her life. It must have been a tremendously difficult decision for someone with such a frail heart like her to make the brave decision to give up everything for another. "Thank you." She must have felt tarried and utterly helpless going against trained, ruthless killers of the light when she herself had little to no combat ability, in a way that was perhaps the biggest fundamental difference between Aldrich and a true hero. Real heroes were willing to lay down everything on the line for others. Aldrich was not. He did not consider himself any less because of that. It was simply a difference in ideology. "Thank you." Conversely, he did not look down on the Golden Age heroes that sacrificed themselves. In fact, he respected them. It just was not the path he wanted to take, not after he had seen what it had done for his parents. "I sense turmoil within you, Deathwalker." The Death Lord put a hand on Aldrich's shoulder. "Is anything amiss?" Aldrich glanced at the Death Lord. At her gaze maintained regal dignity and yet still showed sympathy. "Thank you." She had been like this with Aldrich when he had said goodbye to Adam and Elaine as well. Even as a warlord of death that sought the demise of all living beings, she was strangely perceptive of the emotions of others. "No, I'm Nee," said Aldrich. "You are strong, Deathwalker, and growing stronger by the day," said the Death Lord as she withdrew her hand. "Thank you." She glanced back at Valera, who looked at the Death Lord's Necromancer of Legion, should know more than any that it is always need to rely on others. And that is not only in matters of strength as well. There are others like that girl who would support you through matters of the mind, for it is often that the battles we hold within ourselves are the greatest we struggle through, far greater than any blade or magic we face upon the battle eld. "I've dealt with myself for as long as I can remember, am used to it," said Aldrich, "the strength of youth." "Ah, it is wonderful to see," said the Death Lord with a gentle shake of her head, as if she was remembering a fond memory. "But simply know this, to face one's feelings, to face one's inner battles is not a sign of weakness. It is in eeing from them and locking them up that one faces defeat." Before Aldrich could respond, Volantis spoke. "Where am I?" Volantis' voice was guttural, deep, natural, not at all like the smooth, programmed elegance of the demon will. This was his true self. I got remember Volantis' head, "Don't touch me." Volantis roared as he swiped at Wyke, causing her to yelp and fall backwards. "Don't hurt me." "I'm just trying to help," said Wyke. Medulla instantly stepped in front of Wyke. Though her expression was still unchangingly bored, it was obvious. She cared a great deal about protecting her allies. Immediately, Aldrich and Valera were behind Volantis, holding back his arms on either end. The Death Lord stood behind her, eyes narrowed as her magical energy surged in a green aura around her, ready to deal with Volantis if needed.
but whatever Wyke had intended to do worked from where she had touched his head. Blue butteries of pure energy ickered about the uttering of their wings, releasing glittery little sparkles. As those sparkles hit Volantis, he calmed down. I get it, now said. Volantis, it's all coming back to me. My life, no, my lives. Valera looked to Aldrich wordlessly, asking if she should let the armor go. Aldrich nodded, and together they released Volantis. Volantis stood up, looking at his armored body. He put a clawed hand up to the air, splaying his nurgas out as he inspected them. This is what I am now. A chunk of metal, all that muscle and bone I was so proud, all gone. Gore, the bone taker, the butcher of demons, turned to nothing but a heap of scrap for the same horned monsters I used to slaughter. Volantis, do you remember me? Said Aldrich. Volantis, do you remember me? Said Aldrich. Volantis stood up, looking at his armored body. He put a clawed hand up to the air, splaying his nurgers out as he inspected them. This is what I am now, a chunk of metal, all that muscle and bone. I was so proud, all gone. Gore, the bone taker, the butcher of demons, turned to nothing but a heap of scrap for the same horned monsters I used to slaughter. Volantis, do you remember me? Said Aldrich. Volantis turned to Aldrich. I do. I chose you as my armored. And have your feelings changed? Said Aldrich. Volantis did not respond for a good minute. In that time, both Valera and Okeanos were tensed up, ready to fight if needed. No, the feelings I had in the past do not matter now. My past life is just that, the past. I cannot change who or what I am now, but I know that I did choose you. I will not go back on my word so easily. He turned to Wyke. She shrunk back in fear at his gaze. Wyke, I remember you too. I apologize for my behavior. It was not right. I was confused, and I do not like when others touch me without my awareness. It's okay, said Wyke. She put on a happy smile. As long as you're happy now, I'm happy too. Happy am I happy? Volantis pondered over those words. These memories that I have now are painful. I remember my death on a molten mountain surrounded by an eld of swords and demon corpses. I felt the pain of dying then. Then I felt the pain of being forged into something I was not, having my soul hammered over and over again. It felt like I was in a dream, watching my memories oat in front of me, seeing pieces of them get shattered and scattered. I felt the desperation of trying to reach out for those memories regardless of whether they were sorrowful or joyful, because I knew that those memories were still me. The pain of losing who you are and being helpless to stop it. It is the greatest pain I have ever felt. It is worse than any battle wound that scarred or scorched me. Remembering that pain, I almost feel as if I want to forget it all again. Volantis closed his fists and stared at them. When he spoke again, he spoke with hearty strength in his voice. His eye dot was still white, but it was far more expressive than when it was red, undulating and changing shape and size like a normal eye to showcase his emotions. He sounded much more like an orc, the people famous for never tiring, for never letting anything hold them down for very long. But pain is temporary. It has never slowed me down, and it will not now. You, Volantis turned and pointed to Aldrich. I called you my armored. No, you did, said Aldrich. He noticed that Volantis still spoke with a measure of articulation. Usually orcs had simpler speech patterns. Most likely the habits from Volantis' new and old lives were merged together. I did that because some part of me believed it was right to do, said Volantis. I will stand by those words. But to be happy, truly happy, Volantis clenched his sticks again, but this time in an expression of force. His magical energy surged around him in a white aura distinct from the red of his past. Self, this was the type of aura that orcs gave, their warrior spirit, as they called it. I need to make sure you are truly worthy now, that I am in full control of myself. Aldrich had an idea of where this was going. His own magical energy started to
Thank you. This area covered where Aldrich was standing and more, stretching far behind him. Aldrich stood still, remaining patient. He knew what was coming. He just needed to get the timing right. After exactly a second, Aldrich put power into his legs and leaped into the air. Volantis's roar reached a high point as he stood up, ripping his arms violently out of the ground. It was as if Volantis had started an earthquake.
Thank you.
The entirety of the orange-lit area around him blew apart in a massive seismic shockwave, casting up a mass amount of sand. Deep cracks littered every inch of the ground. And had Aldrich remained there, his legs would have turned into complete mush from that hit. Instead, Aldrich used the blown-up sand as a smokescreen of his own. He reached Volantis from the air and threw out a spinning kick right at the side of his head. Thank you. Volantis took the hit, blinded by the sand dredged up from his own attack. The impact rang out clear and loud, the sound of reinforced flesh impacting against pure metal. Volantis slammed into the ground from that unexpected hit, skidding across the cracked earth in a shower of sparks. Volantis lay helm first on the ground, completely still. "What?" said Aldrich. "Is that all?"
Thank you.
"I was merely admiring how wonderfully struck that blow was," said Volantis as he pushed himself up, not much worse for wear. There was a small dent on the side of his head where Aldrich's foot had made impact. "Marvelous! Let us go again!" "All right then." Aldrich made the first move this time, setting off on a sprint towards the living armor.
Thank you.
From that last blow, one thing Aldrich could confirm was this. Volantis could not use his true sight when using his orcish powers, or else he would have seen Aldrich's hit coming from the sand smokescreen. "Come!" Volantis gleefully welcomed Aldrich's attack. He smashed his foot into the ground, causing another row of jagged rocks to rush against Aldrich. Aldrich did not want to break his momentum by swerving to the side.
Thank you.
Also, if he dodged to the side, there was a good possibility that Volantis would just slam out another row of rocks on the other side of Aldrich to basically corral him in a pen of rock walls. That would limit Aldrich either to retreat or an offense that would force him on a narrow and predictable path to Volantis. Instead, Aldrich jumped into the air, avoiding the skywards, reaching rock spikes. "Thank you." Without losing almost any momentum, he flipped in the air and landed midway across the wall of upturned stone. Instead of getting skewered on the jagged edges, he instead gracefully grasped 2 rock spikes in either of his hands, using them as a surface to push off of. Like that, Aldrich closed the distance to Volantis without losing almost any time. Volantis stared up at him with his fists clenched and white eye burning with eager battle lust.
Thank you.
In midair, Aldrich clapped his hands together and withdrew twin death bolts. He fired them one after the other, minimizing the time Volantis had to react to Aldrich. Volantis grunted as he blocked one death bolt. Volantis prepped himself to block the second death bolt, but it narrowly missed him. However, this was by design. The death bolt instead exploded in front of Volantis and drove up another cloud of sand.
Thank you.
By the time Volantis could react to what had happened, Aldrich was right in front of him. Aldrich took in a breath, staring at Volantis. The living armor had turned his head around to look behind him, where he had expected Aldrich to appear. After all, what was the point of a smokescreen otherwise? But Aldrich had predicted that. Now, with Volantis briefly distracted looking backwards, Aldrich had free rein to get hits in, but he needed to think about how to maximize his DPS.
Thank you.
The living armor stood about 2 heads taller than Aldrich and looked considerably bulkier. Not only that, but his body was pure metal and bone. There were no places to hit like the liver or solar plexus that would knock down a bigger enemy made of flesh and blood, but that also meant Aldrich did not have to focus much on where to hit. So long as he did damage, any attack worked. First, Aldrich unleashed a front kick aimed at the stomach to bend Volantis's upper body forward. "Thank you." Then an uppercut to knock Volantis's now forward-leaning head up. "Gah!" Volantis let out a grunt of pain as his head whipped upwards from the echoing impact of the uppercut. This bared his entire body to further attacks. Aldrich exhaled as he unleashed what could only be described as a hurricane of punches and kicks. With how much his stats had been amplified, he looked like a raging mass of attacks, his blows blurring and meshing with each other into one giant, deadly, seamless combination. "Thank you." The sound of strong force ringing against metal rang through the air again and again and again in gunfire, rapid rhythm. Now that Aldrich was undead with infinite stamina, if he got in the rhythm of attacking someone, he could chain hit after hit together in an infinite combo akin to a permanent stunlock. Aldrich drove Volantis back dozens of meters with this storm of strikes, but as he did so, he realized one thing. Volantis was not even trying to guard them. "Thank you." Volantis suffered under the attacks, that was for sure. His eye dot was scrunched up in pain. But he just stood there like an unbreakable wall, his arms hanging by his sides, his fists clenched not to ready a punch, but to endure. Suddenly, Volantis reached out and grabbed Aldrich's arm before it hit his chest. The grip was like a vice, nigh unbreakable in its firmness. Like a dam lowered against a raging river, this stopped the flow of Aldrich's endless attacks. "Thank you." With a roar, Volantis unleashed a mighty headbutt down on Aldrich. The blow connected with a concussive shockwave, blasting Aldrich several meters away like he had been hit with an artillery shell. Those strikes were fine and mighty, like a storm they were, yes, as beautiful as that unleashed by any master I have seen, said Volantis. But there is nothing that trumps the unbreakable will of an orc. In duels like these, we take all blows head-on. Thank you. We learn by feeling these blows engrave their lessons into our very skin, and we return that lesson with power tenfold. In the stands, Okeanos stood up, alarmed. His iridescent rainbow eyes were trained on Aldrich's prone body. Is the master defeated? Sure, looks like it, said Medulla. Oh, will he need healing? I'm always ready to heal, said Wyke with a worried tremble on her lips. The Death Lord simply watched silently. No, said Valera.
Thank you.
She watched the battle below with crossed arms and a confident smile. You should know this better than anyone, youngling. Our master never falls so easily. Aldrich stood up as he put a hand on his head, right where Volantis had hit him with a high-speed headbutt delivered from a skull of pure metal. The skin around his forehead was completely torn open, blood dripping liberally from the wound, but beneath the visible bone of his skull was a dark, almost black metallic shine.
Thank you.
I had a contingency in case you managed to counter me, said Aldrich as he stared at Volantis, streams of blood dripping around his green eyes, rimming them a menacing red. But I didn't expect to use it so soon. Aldrich had used rite of bone binding on himself before the headbutt, greatly strengthening his skeleton. But even then, Volantis's attack had dealt a considerable amount of damage. The death essence barrier was not suited to dealing with strong physical blows.
Thank you. It could not mitigate damage from physical hits that crossed a certain threshold, so Aldrich had taken that headbutt counter, well, head-on. Thankfully, the rite of bone binding prevented Aldrich from dealing with a huge hole in his skull, reducing 50% of incoming physical damage, though that value would decrease dramatically with each successive strong hit endured. You still managed to stand after that?
Thank you.
Volantis paused before breaking out into a hearty laugh, his white dot eye squinting jovially.
Marvelous. You're not bad yourself,
said Aldrich. You managed to read my moves and catch me off guard. That's not easy to do when our stats are almost equalized. Huh, after taking that many blows, even a gork would learn, said Volantis. If Aldrich remembered correctly, a gork was an insult used among orcs for those that were particularly dumb among them.
Thank you.
He shook his head and smiled, a part of him feeling good that Volantis could enjoy himself truly as himself, and Aldrich had to admit he enjoyed this too. It was an extremely rare thing for him to ever spar with someone around his level. Almost every single time he fought, it was with his life or death in mind, or it was against someone superior to him in every way. He had never been in a fair fight, only struggles for survival, but this was a good old-fashioned fair fight. Thank you. Something he had practically never experienced before. He enjoyed it, that was for sure, but at the same time, he also was not the type to let his fights drag out, even in lower-stakes situations like this. You know, you said something interesting before? Aldrich started to walk towards Volantis, staring at the living armor with a piercing gaze. You said that in duels like this, orcs always take their enemies' hits head-on, right? No guarding? That is right.
Thank you.
Volantis proclaimed proudly as he beat his chest with his fist, letting out a metallic ring. You are free to guard as you wish. You are no orc. But in a fight like this, I would never forego the chance to carve your blows into my memory. Volantis said this, but it was clear he was not unharmed. Taking all those hits straight on had damaged him significantly. There were countless dents all over his body, and even as he tried to stand tall and proud, he hobbled a bit.
I see.
Thank you. All right then, said Aldrich. He took a deep breath, then let it out slowly through his teeth. His body started to distort, heat waves rippling from all around his skin. The blood pouring out from his open forehead started to steam first, then burst into flames. All of his veins began to pop out grotesquely. His eyes grew intensely bloodshot, turning their color into a shade of dark, almost black green.
The veins on his chest where his heart was became the most visible and engorged with blood.
Thank you.
The sound of his heartbeat became highly audible, losing a rapid rhythm of deep beats that sounded like war drums. Every single time his heart beat, its engorged, enlarged form visibly pushed against the flesh of his chest, overclocked far past its physical limits. Then try to keep up with this. Volantis smashed his fists together, letting out a metallic cry of confidence. A new form, is it? Like a spirit of fire or a war demon? Good, show me your strength, your warrior's will, O armored. Thank you. Aldrich got into his fighting stance, and as he did so, he felt burning, searing pain across every single inch of his body. After all, right now he was literally on fire. His blood had ignited, bursting through his bulging veins in scorching red flames that covered him in a raging aura of heat. Patches of his skin were starting to melt off, revealing raw muscle beneath that, and soon even that would melt down until there was nothing but bone. This was burning agony. Thank you. The spell Aldrich used to buff his flesh undead into raging, burning fighters as fierce as any war demon. The way the spell worked was that it provided a strong base-level boost of 50 to all stats, or a stat multiplier, depending on which was greater. For Aldrich, the stat multiplier yielded far better results, granting him nearly double all of his physical stats. The amount of power he felt brimming within him, coursing through his veins in burning intensity, was staggering. Thank you. In this state, he could probably even beat down Valera and Okeanos in close combat. Though the biggest issue was stamina. This only lasted as long as Aldrich's Materius did, and that was probably not much longer than 30 seconds. The effects of the spell also decayed over time as the flesh burned away. On top of that, the spell dealt damage to Aldrich. Thank you. His Materius might have just been a construct of flesh, but the burning flames from the ignited blood still scorched his true body of bone, and bone was weak to flame. Aldrich calculated that burning agony, if toggled for as long as possible, would cut down between 30 to 40% of his maximum health. Thus, using this spell was a declaration to end a fight quickly, and Aldrich made true on that declaration. His center of gravity slightly lowered, his knees bending as he got into a position to charge. Thank you. Volantis clenched his fists and puffed his chest out, ready to take any hit head-on, without guarding, as he had promised. When Aldrich charged, he disappeared. The only thing left behind where he was were a pair of molten footprints. What? Volantis managed in surprise before an immensely powerful punch, orders of magnitudes beyond any that Aldrich had thrown before, crashed into his stomach like a flaming meteor. Thank you! Aldrich grit his teeth as he put all his strength into that punch, aiming not to hit Volantis, but to hit through him. The blood vessels around his arms popped in fiery bursts, wreathing his arm in a swirling gauntlet of intensely hot flame. Cracks shattered out from where Aldrich hit Volantis. The metal around Volantis's entire torso started to superheat up, turning from obsidian black to bright hot red. Then all of Volantis's sizable bulk was sent flying far backwards like a pinball. Thank you. Look at him. I knew my usurper would not fail to entertain, said the Death Lord proudly. She leaned forward against her seat, her forked tongue flitting out in excitement. See, youngling, said Valera, equally proud. Our master always has a way to win. Okeanos watched and nodded in awe. But the master is taking damage. He cannot do this for long. That does not mean anything if Volantis does not guard, said Medulla.
Thank you.
She watched the fight hunched forward. Her elbows rested on her legs and her chin resting on her interlocked hands. Taking damage is not all that goes into weathering a strike. The time it takes to reel and recover is also crucial. Without guarding, Volantis leaves himself to get struck over and over again. Were he to simply guard or even try to retreat, he could easily find a path to victory. What he is doing now is simply idiotic and irrational. I simply cannot grasp it. Thank you. Don't call Vol that, said Wyke. She lightly punched Medulla on the shoulder, taking all those hits like that. He's kind of cool, don't you think? He seems more akin to a training dummy to me. Medulla shrugged. You simply do not understand a warrior's honor, said Valera.
but that is to be expected for someone that never steps out of their study. I do not indulge myself in shouting and beating matches. Yes, said Medulla. Thank you. But I suppose activities like that would suit a woman like you. Valera and Medulla both glared at each other, leaving Wyke nervously glancing between them, her mouth open as she wondered what to say to calm the two down. Quiet down, ladies, said the Death Lord. Her eyes were still glued to the fight. The final exchange is near, and I want to enjoy it in silence. Aldrich exhaled, and blood from his melted throat spilled out in tongues of fire. He briefly looked down at his fist. Thank you. It was utterly mangled. The flesh around the arm was completely gone now, leaving just raw muscle. The muscles around his hand were ripped apart, bearing black bone beneath. It's not just burning from the spell that limits its duration, thought Aldrich. It's the power from my hits, too, because they're getting thrown out beyond my normal limits. They break apart my materius. All the more reason to end this as soon as possible. Aldrich charged again, disappearing with his speed once more.
Thank you.
He reached Volantis literally in midair and slammed him back down into the ground with an axe kick. In an explosion of flame, Volantis plummeted down, smashing into the dirt and carving out a sizable crater. Aldrich dropped down in front of Volantis and prepped another hit. He realized he could not really chain his hits into smooth, fluid combinations like before.
Thank you.
The way his body rapidly deteriorated, plus his lack of experience with this level of stat boost, meant he did not have the high-level coordination necessary. Still, that did not mean Aldrich's individual blows did not have devastating power behind them. Volantis got up to a knee. His whole body was red-hot from exposure to Aldrich's flames. His eye dot was narrowed in pain. Aldrich sped forward again, preparing another punch. Thank you. Volantis reacted this time, showcasing his incredible capability to read Aldrich's movements. It was quite likely that subconsciously, Volantis was tapping into his demonic true sight, even if he consciously wanted to only use his orcish powers. Volantis tried to grab Aldrich's arm again, but even if Volantis could react, he was just too slow. Aldrich just weaved under Volantis's grab attempt. He got a hold of Volantis's arm, turned around, and then threw the living armor over his shoulder. Thank you. He did not throw Volantis into the ground, but instead straight away into the towering walls of the arena fighting pit. Wreathed in a ball of ignited blood from Aldrich, Volantis shot out like a shooting star and smashed into the gray stone walls with ear-rupturing impact. The durable stone wall cracked under the force of the attack, embedding Volantis slightly within it. It was a testament to how durable the wall was that Volantis did not just straight-up smash through it. Thank you. In an instant, Aldrich was upon Volantis again. An issue with this form was because the power was so explosive, it was hard to pin a target down for multiple attacks. Each of his blows sent Volantis flying, making Aldrich waste time traveling between attacks. But now, with Volantis pinned against the arena wall like this, that problem had been erased. Aldrich could go all out with no issues. Aldrich roared in exertion as he unloaded a barrage of attacks.
Thank you.
They were sloppier in execution than before, thrown out more wildly. The punches and kicks did not chain together with as much fluid motion, but did that even matter when Aldrich threw out attacks that were several times stronger and several times the speed? Technique mattered to a point, but overwhelming power achieved just the same, if not more. At the end of the day, technique was an optimizer. It made you use what you had efficiency. But if what you had was not enough, you would always lose. Thank you. That was a lesson that Aldrich knew deeply well in his fights against stronger altars. It was Aldrich this time, though, that was on the side of overwhelming force. Each of his attacks sounded like all of his hits, and because of how quickly they were thrown out, it looked like Aldrich was just completely covered in a pillar of red re that roared up and down to the chaotic rhythm of his hits, like a snake charmed to the tune of a horrendous beating.
Thank you.
The booming echoes of impact as Aldrich punched Volantis over and over again thundered through the arena. The wall shook with each hit as Aldrich drove Volantis in deeper and deeper into it, hit after hit after hit. Aldrich kept going on and on. Every single punch he threw out, more and more of his body melted. Chunks of his esh literally blew apart from bursting, aiming blood vessels. His eyes were bleeding, starting to melt out of their sockets.
Thank you.
Each time he breathed in and breathed out, amming blood poured out of his mouth. His tongue spilled out of his mouth in a chunk of eshy blood, burning up before it even hit the ground. Aldrich's materius still felt pain and normal sensation as otherwise. He would be unused to operating it optimally. As a result, he had felt the intense pain of burning agony. Pain, however, was an old friend, and if it was just pain, he could handle it. Thank you. But now the pain had faded away, turning into something akin to pure bloodlust, a side eke of burning agony. It rendered ected units berserk. But Aldrich had been content, he could control it. And yet this was an intoxicating sensation that he felt himself slipping into, slowly but surely losing control, giving him the unstoppable urge to hit harder and again, the urge to destroy, the urge to tear, the urge to kill. This was not an urge his normally calculated mind had ever faced. Thank you. It overwhelmed him, grasping at the heels of his mind and dragging it under a lake of brimstone and aggression. The world around him blurred under a thick veil of bright red. He did not know what he was hitting anymore. He did not care, so long as he got to hit something. Never hit a man when they're down. A voice rang in Aldrich's mind, in the depths of his consciousness. He thought he could feel a familiar, cool touch on his back. That was Father's voice, his father's hand.
Thank you.
He felt another hand on his back. A softer one. Warmer, not burning hot like the rage, but a gentle, accepting warmth. When they're down, you help them up. His mother's voice that instantly drove him out of his punch-drunk stupor, sobering him up in a cold instant, the red in his vision sapped away. Aldrich's saint was frozen midway in the air. He looked down. He and Volantis were in a deep, molten red crater. Volantis was knocked out. His white eye dot turned O.
Thank you.
The metal of his chest had completely melted O, bearing a webwork of vein-like red magical energy channels that formed a body that Volantis used to operate himself. Volantis had probably sustained too much damage to go on some time ago. Aldrich's burning agony turned O. All of his esh burned O by now. He felt his head clear. He reached down and slung Volantis over the bare skeleton of his shoulder.
Thank you. Sorry, Volantis,
whispered Aldrich as he carried the armor out of the tunnel he had punched out. Outside, everyone was waiting. Congratulations on your victory, Deathwalker, proclaimed the Death Lord in glee. I always knew there was a beast festering within you, locked up and gorging on all that negative energy of yours, but I did not expect that it had such ferocity to it. I do wonder how much stronger you will be when you tame it.
Thank you.
The Death Lord licked her lips, causing their faintly purple hue to glisten. Healing. Aldrich ignored the Death Lord and gently placed Volantis down. On it? Said Wyke as she shifted her way over to Volantis' side. Oh, why did you take all those hits? Volyan, it was cool, but Med is right. It was also dumb. Not at all. Volantis suddenly roared, his white eye dot coming back to life. Eep! Wyke yelped as she scrambled backwards at Volantis' sudden reanimation. Thank you. Volantis got himself to a standing position with shaky arms and legs. But still he managed to stand, even with a gaping melted hole in his chest. Everyone stared at Volantis with surprise. By all rights, Volantis should have been completely near death, and yet he managed to stand just like that. What? Volantis looked around. None of you have seen the spirit of an orc, I see. That is our way. We stand down to only 3 things: time, death, and a worthy leader. Thank you. And there is no rust on my armor, nor is death ready to reap my soul. Volantis turned to Aldrich and fell down to a knee. But there is a worthy leader before me. I appreciate it, Volantis, said Aldrich. But you shaking like that while you say all this isn't very convincing. Wyke, can you treat him? Heh, I always made it a point to stay standing in battle. Even in the end, upon that hill of swords, I died standing. Thank you. I am not proud of the monster I became by that point, but I am proud of that. Volantis collapsed down to his knees and sighed. but I suppose it is time for a rest. That was well fought, armored. Such ferocity of strength I have seen hardly the likes of. It rivals the likes of the archdemons of Carnassus, the demon god of war himself. I only wish I could show you the full range of my moves. I can shape Re, too, but alas, I was taken by surprise and struck down before I even realized.
Thank you.
Aldrich did not know whether to take that as a compliment. He did not like losing control like that whenever he fought. It was not with crazed bloodlust, vengeance, yes, but not berserk rage. Every time he struck a hit, it was always with purpose. This felt senseless. "Master, are you all right?" said Valera as she came close to Aldrich's side. She alone among everyone here had sensed something was "I am," said Aldrich. He glanced at her red eyes.
Thank you.
He wondered how she was able to keep such a RM handle on her berserk rage. Was it training or something else? He wanted to learn because there was no doubt about it that Burning Agony was an extremely powerful trump card for Aldrich. But if Aldrich could not wield it with a cool head, it became considerably less useful. "When I'm done, you will be as good as new. So just sit still," said Wyke as she sat on her knees and guided her stay over the hole in Volantis's chest. "Thank you." She closed her eyes, her dear ears uttering as she channeled magical energy. An aura of blue swirled around her in leafy patterns. Wyke chanted the ancestral tongue, and as she did so, her magical energy coalesced into a small cloud of blue butteries that landed on Volantis's wound. The butteries melted, turning into a salve that started to seal the damage up. "Ah, I feel as good as new already," said Volantis. "The healing has barely started."
Thank you. You still have a massive hole in your chest, remarked Medulla in matter-of-fact tone. A hole that serves as a reminder of the might of my armored. What better reminder could there be, said Volantis. Medulla stopped herself and shrugged. Yes, whatever works for you. I should not try to understand all this warrior spirit nonsense. You must consider it sometime, said Volantis. There is nothing that makes the heart beat and the soul thunder, so—
Thank you. Your demonic brethren under Carnassus knew this well. The spawn of Carnassus are a barbaric, brutish horde of abominations that I want nothing to do with. The amount of mindless bloodshed and time wasted on their end sickens me, said Medulla as she walked away, brooding away to the side. She is as prickly as I remember, said Volantis, but no matter, this is a cause for celebration. Thank you. When a war master like myself accepts a warfather, custom dictates merry drink and feasting and viting for 3 days. I would like to, Volantis, said Aldrich, but there isn't enough time. I need you to stay out of the Nexus and act as me now that you're fully operational again. That way, nobody will suspect my disappearance, even if they somehow check on me. Of course, said Volantis. Yes, of course. I forget that there is always something to do. Will I be alone out in that pit?
Thank you.
Unfortunately, yes, said Aldrich. Unfortunately, do not use that term, said Volantis. Under a capable warfather, there is no such thing as unfortune. Solitude is something I am used to. I will keep watch, armored.
You do not have to,
said the Death Lord. Once Wyke is done channeling her healing, she can cast potent illusion magic to craft a copy of you. I doubt any mortal eye unused to the owl of magic will ever see through it. Thank you. As for this feast of yours, I end it. An interesting idea. I shall arrange for it. I have to clear the trial quests, began Aldrich. Deathwalker, you have an eternity to spend. Do try to enjoy it some, or else you will end yourself quite bored, that is. If you do not get yourself killed, RST. Come, walk with me a little, said the Death Lord. Aldrich peered over to Valera. She stared at the Death Lord with suspicious eyes. It'll be just for a moment. Thank you, and thank you, Valera, for understanding what I was feeling. Then I will allow it, and you do not have to thank me, Master. Always, I will try my best for you to understand you, said Valera. Aldrich nodded and walked over to the Death Lord. As he trailed behind her, he asked, So, what is it? You are harboring something within your soul, are you not, within your phylactery, said the Death Lord. She drew a breath from her pipe, purple smoke gently ickering around her lips. Thank you. I sensed it the moment you stepped foot in this realm, the chrysalis. Yes, what about it? Said Aldrich. The Death Lord cocked her head. Her brows furrowing in thought, she mulled over something in her head for a few seconds before nodding to herself. I can help you hatch it. Chapter 194. Boundary. Chapter 194. Boundary. You can make it hatch, said Aldrich. That's interesting. I would have thought your powers wouldn't be able to interact with it so easily, considering it isn't from Elduin. Thank you. Yes, but there's something else here that is from Elduin, is there not? The Death Lord turned to Aldrich and tapped the bone of his sternum with her pipe. Underneath his rib cage, his dark purple phylactery was barely visible, surrounding by his passively generated aura of green energy. Me, said Aldrich. Yes, my dear. You, through my link with you, I can sense what is going on to a degree, said the Death Lord.
Thank you.
Now then, I am sure you understand some idea of what is happening within your phylactery.
Yes.
Aldrich nodded. To recap, the chrysalis was essentially incubating inside of his phylactery. It did so as an adaptive response to mana exposure. Chrysales changed themselves to use the resources around them, and if all that was available was mana, then it would change itself to use it. However, complex manipulation of mana required a functional soul. Thank you. As a result, it had been feeding not only Aldrich's mana, but his soul as well, analyzing it to try and replicate it. The end result would be a being that derived its existence directly from Aldrich. In Flurgan's somewhat uncomfortable wording, it was basically akin to having a child. I do, said Aldrich. I'm surprised you do, considering you were holed up here most of the time. We are always connected, Deathwalker. Thank you. We always have been, from the very moment you became an undead and called upon your necromancy, said the Death Lord. She gazed at Aldrich with an inspecting look. The more I think about it, the more my interest in you grows. The necromancy you practice, the occultations of shattered bone and legion and cold rot, all of those hail from me. Necromancy was an old power that predated even my ancient birth, but it was I who gathered it into a proper art. Thank you. To use any of its spells is to, in part, draw from me in the same way that a lifelight priest draws from that ugly goddess when they cast their self-righteous little sparkles. For you to use necromancy necessitates my existence. Thus, I manifested, as if in response to your need. It would seem you are quite literally a nexus point by which all of us from Elduin may derive existence. Hence, why I do not want you in a hurry to die so quickly. Thank you. If you die, I fear that you, our anchor to this realm, will fade, and we will return to oblivion once more. This is mainly for my curiosity, but do you remember where you were before you came here? Said Aldrich. Dead, was I not? Said the Death Lord. Is the last memory I have at the least, you and all your heroes wearing me down. I would have been falling to the hands of worthy heroes. Thank you. But in the end, that lithe wench of a goddess was the one to appear, stopping you when I was all but defeated. Of course, she was too coward to face me herself, and of course she had to preach about saving the world before smiting me down and taking the killing blow. Gah! Even thinking about the memory drives my stress dangerously high. The Death Lord clenched her saint, snapping her pipe into pieces. Ah, apologies. That was unseemly of me. I see, said Aldrich.
Thank you.
It seemed that for people like the Death Lord who had died in the story of Elden World, they remembered up to their deaths. For people like Valera, who were still supposed to be alive, they remembered falling into a vague, dream-like state of waiting. There was not enough information for Aldrich to make a conclusion out of, but he kept all this in the back of his head. But as for that thing you are hosting, I am assuming the Mind Eater told you to incubate it within your phylactery. Thank you. And by keeping the phylactery close to your being, you kept conditions stable for the creature, said the Death Lord. You would be right about that. What he didn't tell me was how long I would have to do it. I haven't received any signals from the chrysalis that it's ready to hatch. Even trying to reach out to it with a mental link doesn't yield much of a response. Ah, so it is called a chrysalis? An aptly Tingan name. I shall tell you then, the time is now, it is ready to hatch.
Thank you.
It simply needs an infusion of magical energy, said the Death Lord.
Really? That's all it takes,
said Aldrich. A mana infusion. Even I can do that. To prove his point, Aldrich swirled his mana around himself. Green strands oared all around him in rhythmic owing patterns. Impressive mana control Death Walker. Unlike ordinary mages that spend long years learning how to direct the ow of mana, the knowledge seems to be directly engraved into your being, said the Death Lord.
Thank you. But that alone is not enough. The chrysalis is held within your phylactery, no? Then you need someone that can unseal it. Granted, the Mind Eater can do so, considering he was the one that crafted it. But what he does not have is the magic. The sheer quantity of magical energy this creature needs is staggering. Only I with the necropolis can provide it.
What would the chrysalis need that much magical energy for, wondered Aldrich. To forge its soul?
Thank you. I was under the impression it could do that naturally given time and exposure to my own soul and mana.
No, not that. Tell me, Deathwalker, you must be familiar with the concept of a boundary, are you not? Aldrich raised a brow in recognition, and the Death Lord smiled. Yes, of course you would, said the Death Lord. Some undead that are attuned well with the ow of spirits may create boundaries where the hours of death blooms their strongest. Thank you. But powerful undead are all naturally attuned to spirits, to the ow of death. Thus, they all develop boundaries of their own as a matter of course in their growth. The stronger the undead, the stronger their boundary, as you can see. The Death Lord gestured to the arena around her, to the entire necropolis that housed it. This was her boundary, a massive dimension akin to an entire city. I know where you're getting at, said Aldrich. If I'm following correctly, then the chrysalis is, thank you, trying to create its own boundary. Your boundary, corrected the Death Lord. Aldrich put a hand to his chin. But if I remember correctly, liches don't develop proper boundaries until they ascend into becoming an arch-lich. That's level 60 at least. Oh, please, dear Deathwalker, do you compare yourself even now with the ordinary lich? The Death Lord rolled her eyes. Come now.
Thank you.
With such a strong connection to me, did you truly think you would grow like the normal lich, wasting away in study and experimentation and training for centuries to try and replicate a fraction of my strength? No, you receive my power directly. Your growth, therefore, will naturally be exceptional. A boundary. Aldrich put a hand to his ribs in contemplation. Thank you. Unlike, say, the spirit boundary of lower-leveled undead like the Dealdagast or Gast, boundaries from high-leveled undead were much stronger and much more varied. A proper boundary took, as the Death Lord described, centuries to properly develop. Liches naturally started to develop boundaries at a certain stage in their existence, but most regular liches could only project an incomplete boundary. These looked like large swathes of watery darkness yet to be shaped into anything specific.
Thank you. But even those were deadly. In incomplete boundaries, liches grew considerably stronger, gaining additional stats, buffs to their units, and bonuses to some of their spells. But that was nothing compared to a complete boundary. A complete boundary was quite literally like a separate dimension. This dimension was unique to every single lich, representing their inner world, their very soul.
Thank you.
Thus, most later game boss, Zoids against arch-liches, often involved a second phase where the arch-lich unleashed their boundary, forcing the player to Zord them in an inner world of their making. An extreme example was the Death Lord's Necropolis and Death Realm. These technically were just her boundary. No other lich came close to having a boundary that large and developed, but if Aldrich was going to succeed her, it meant he was destined for it. Now it made sense. Thank you. Why the Death Realm and Necropolis were merged into the Nexus. Slowly but surely the Death Lord was preparing to hand down this entire realm to him. Still, even I did not expect you to develop a boundary this quickly, said the Death Lord. Even with absorption of my powers, I have not given you that much yet. I was waiting, as you said, for you to reach the power level of an arch-lich, for I had not thought you ready. You may thank this chrysalis for this. Thank you. It seems to be a creature with an entity for manipulating space, and it has created a shell of a surprisingly developed boundary for you. All it requires is an infusion of magical energy that will serve as the raw building material to LL in that shell. Basically, Aldrich noted, the chrysalis had drawn up the blueprints for the boundary, but it lacked the magical energy, the bricks and stones and wood, to actually build it. This, the Death Lord said she was going to provide.
Thank you.
How complete exactly is case, though? Something else has essentially made it for me. An oversimplification, explained the Death Lord. Boundaries are malleable, yes, but at their core they are inflexible. They represent who you are at a fundamental level, and that is something difficult, if not impossible, to alter. What we do when we develop our boundaries is build upon that core. We layer over it, often creating grand realms, but that core remains the same. Thank you. The core of my realm, for example, is a small room no larger than a few paces wide. But that minuscule room represents who I am at the deepest level. All of this, the fields of spectral lilies, the towering necropolis itself, are simply accessories. You may change some aspects of a boundary, increase its size, its beneficial effects, and so on and so forth. But the core it builds upon remains the exact same. The chrysalis has shaped that core of your boundary. Thank you. As for how much more development it has done over it. The Death Lord narrowed her eyes as she stared at Aldrich. She shrugged. I cannot tell too well. The chrysalis is, after all, still a foreign entity to me. I cannot sense it completely. At the very least, you should not witness simple darkness as is common with liches that manage to project incomplete boundaries for the first time. There will be a defined core there, a space you can interact with beyond splashing around in raw energy. Thank you, but how defined it is, how large it is, what is actually within it, I simply do not know. All I know is that it will represent who you are. It will show the deepest, most fundamental part of yourself. I will warn you now, Death Walker. The very first time you gaze upon the shape of your boundary may be a harrowing experience. It brings you face to face with the deepest parts of your being, and for very many what they choose to harbor in those depths is not something they ever wish to see. Thank you. Often, they use those dark depths to hide that which they do not wish to bring to the light. It may very well be the same for you. The depths of my being, is it? Said Aldrich, as in something like my greatest fear. Potentially. A great fear is not an uncommon core for a boundary form around, for there are precious few emotions that shape the soul to greater extent than fear. The Death Lord paused. Or it can be that your core holds warmth. Thank you. It may well be that it is a reminder of something you cherish dearly, for that too molds the soul well, yet, I will say this, I have never met one with a boundary core that is anywhere in between. Either it is warm or it is cold. You, Deathwalker, I sense, are the type that does not hold much warmth within you. You have the marks of one that has suffered, of one whose feelings and actions have chipped and worn away with abuse. And which of those were you, warm or cold? Warm, very warm? Thank you. The faint suggestion of a smile tugged at the edges of the Death Lord's lips. It was hard to read, almost imperceptible, but it did not escape Aldrich's sharp sight. The smile, if it had fully formed, would have been a nostalgic one, the type one got when looking back at old times. Good, happy old times, but times old enough that they would never come back. Does the answer surprise you? Said the Death Lord. A little. Thank you. I would have expected otherwise from a warmongering Lord of Death whose ultimate goal was to turn all life undead. Just because I hold warmth in the deepest depths of my soul does not mean I am not capable of cruelty, said the Death Lord. No, sometimes those with boundary cores that are warmest are the most brutal in their ways. For often the warmth they hold dear is something they have lost, something that was taken from them, an endless reminder of pain of what once was but now is lost.
Thank you.
Was that the case for you? The Death Lord nodded. Yes, she said, her voice soft. But that is enough about me. It is your evolution that is near. Do you accept my offer then? To infuse your chrysalis with energy to force its hatching. When you first brought this topic up, I sensed some hesitation on your end. Aldrich had picked this up from body and vocal cues from the Death Lord, pauses and tenseness. I'm assuming there's more of a risk than you're letting on? Thank you. My, quite sharp, are we not? The Death Lord raised a brow at Aldrich. There is one more risk, and that is the sheer quantity of magical energy that will funnel into you. I would be forcing you to develop a boundary that arch-liches nearly 20 levels your superior form. Granted, that chrysalis creature will likely handle most of the energy processing, but in the case that it cannot, there is a risk that the excess power may wildly surge within and tear you apart from the inside out. Thank you. That is not damage that you can easily recover from, for it is damage that sunders the foundations of the soul. Wyke can perhaps piece together your broken pieces, but you may not ever be the same. Is that the only extra risk you foresee? Said Aldrich. That is not a considerable risk to you, brave. The Death Lord mulled over Aldrich's question for a bit, then shrugged. But yes, I believe so. Then I have a contingency for it, said Aldrich. I'll need to take Valera, though.
Thank you.
Ah, your guardian knight, said the Death Lord. Good, I encourage it. It is often better to have someone close to you by your side when you encounter your core for the first time. The closer they are, the better. They can serve as an emotional anchor to lean against. The Death Lord waved towards Valera. You there, knight, come to your master's side? Valera responded near instantly, leaping into the air with her superhuman strength to reach Aldrich's side in a single bound. What is it? Thank you, said Valera. She snuck a suspicious glance to the Death Lord. Has this snake been whispering strange ideas into your ear, master? I was simply discussing when he would change this knight-master relationship into something more, said the Death Lord. What? Is this true? Said Valera. Her composure instantly broken. She stared between Aldrich and the Death Lord rapidly. Too easy. The Death Lord shook her head as she strutted away towards Volantis and Wyke with a laugh. Thank you. I will have Wyke start on her illusion of Volantis. In the meanwhile, discuss with your knight what I have told you and your intentions. Master, was she speaking the truth? Said Valera. No, she was just teasing you, said Aldrich, probably to get you off her back, and I have to admit, it is an easy way to do that. Valera sighed. Yes, of course, that troublesome snake. In any case, what do you need of me, master? Aldrich filled her in about what the Death Lord had told him. Thank you. Are you certain you will be fine? Said Valera. Diving into the shaded corners of your soul like that. I cannot say I know all of this reincarnated life you have led here, but I am not clueless either. As your chosen, I receive snippets of your being. When my mind wanders, sometimes parts of your life flash before me. I know you have suffered greatly, and the spawn of suffering is never a pretty or comforting sight. I'll be okay, said Aldrich, firmly believing in his resolve. Thank you. Whatever he faced down there, he was sure he could overcome it. He had seen his parents slowly butchered before his very own eyes. There was very little he felt that could shake him anymore. What I do need you for, Valera, is the energy overload. Before I receive the energy, I'm going to wrap myself in my materius. By doing that, I'll be susceptible to certain attacks that require a flesh and blood body to work, like your vampiric blood-sucking. Thank you. If the amount of magical energy in my body hits an overloading point for too long, I want you to drain the excess as much as possible. I know you don't like tasting undead blood, but this is important. That I can do easily, my master, said Valera. The honor of tasting your blood is one I will never forego, regardless of whether you are undead or not. That you are my master alone makes your essence the sweetest there is for me. Good. Aldrich nodded to Valera. I'll be counting on you.
Thank you. As always, I am happy to serve.
Valera smiled as she put a hand to her heart.
We're ready,
Aldrich called out to the Death Lord.
Excellent.
The Death Lord patted Wyke on the hand, and her ears twitched in comfort. I will be taking Medulla, but do not worry, Wyke, for you will not be alone. This will be a wonderful chance for you to catch up with Volantis. Do tell me if there's anything he finds unsatisfactory about his armored. I will factor that into my evaluation of him. Thank you. There is no flaw with my armored, boomed Volantis. Wyke cringed and put her hands over her ears. You know, I actually think I liked how you were before, when you were quieter. It was more comfortable for me. But I'm not criticizing you or anything. You are happy like this, so I am happy for you as well. Volantis nodded. The hole in his chest was nearly patched up by now with Wyke's magic. No, you are right. An orc's voice is ever loud, never faltering. Thank you. But I had forgotten about your preference for the quiet. The memories from my several lives are still taking time to adjust. I know how much the solitude of quiet means for you. I apologize again, Wyke. No, don't apologize. Not for someone like me, said Wyke as she put her head down. Come now, little one. Raise your head. You are worth that apology and much more, said Volantis. Really, of course. Volantis's white eye dot narrowed in a smiling emote. Maybe. Thank you. Maybe I do like you better as you are now. Wyke smiled too. As Aldrich watched that interaction, Okeanos blitzed his way to his side in a shower of crackling green and blue. Aldrich stared at Okeanos for a blank moment. I am not going. Okeanos's antennae dropped in disappointment, already knowing the answer to this question. You can if you want, said Aldrich. There's nothing stopping you. Nothing except me. Medulla spoke as she neared Aldrich, the Death Lord beside her.
Thank you.
It may not look like it, but with the vastly reduced manpower in the necropolis, many of its functions are held together with the bare minimum of stability, and that stability comes from a generous subsidy of my own magical energy. A warp to the top of the necropolis is the most costly. I can understand spending that cost rationally for those absolutely needed irrational spending, though I cannot accept.
Thank you.
Aldrich remembered that the Death Lord had mentioned almost in passing that the necropolis had lost over half of its troops. That explained why the Immortalist legions, an army of over 100,000, seemed to be absent. Why Chiros only commanded 15 Death Knights, where as a captain he would have easily been the head of a force 100+ strong. Thank you. It made sense that if one considered the necropolis a complex mechanism of many moving magical parts, that the loss of manpower would affect its capacity to run. It was also a testament to the sheer ability of Medulla that she could manage a territory as vast as the necropolis. From what Aldrich knew, Medulla was basically like a dungeon master. She was the direct overseer of every trap, every warp point, every unit placement throughout the entire 100 floors of the necropolis. Thank you, I am sad, said Okeanos. He spoke bluntly and without inhibition like a child would. But I understand. I'll make it up to you later, said Aldrich. Promise, said Okeanos. Promise. Aldrich nodded. He was interested in Okeanos and his origins, why his mannerisms were so childlike, and how they could be so human in the first place considering his status as a variant. That he would dive into later. Then all is in order, said the Death Lord. Medulla, prepare the warp. Yes.
Thank you.
Medulla clasped her bandaged hands together, and when she withdrew them, dark strands of energy threaded between her palms. All of you, stay near me. I calculate that there will be no issues with the warp, but physical proximity eliminates any confounding variables. Those coming to the top of the necropolis drew closer to Medulla. Advanced gate, chanted Medulla. She tossed out the dark strands between her hands, and they quickly expanded outwards into a spherical void that engulfed everyone. Thank you. The warp, unlike the type that Aldrich accessed through sign stones to get to the Nexus, took several uncomfortable seconds of feeling weightless and stranded in complete and utter darkness. Then, the darkness faded, leaving everyone at the top of the necropolis. Aldrich had never actually been to the top of the necropolis. He had not even actually cleared the entire tower, just up to the 70th floor. Thank you. At that point, the necropolis was weakened enough for the goddess Amara to isolate the Death Lord in a trial quest even through the natural barrier the necropolis emitted. Where the player faced the Death Lord in that quest, the strongest troops of Amara cleared the rest of the floors. It was not a difficult thing to do, granted, with the Death Guard and the Death Lord eliminated at that point, leaving strong but still regular mobs left behind.
Thank you.
But Aldrich realized that Elden World had missed out on a massive opportunity in not sending the player to the top. The sight that Aldrich saw around him was nothing short of a grand spectacle. He stood atop an enormous floating circular platform of stone. Green, circuit-patterned light streaked across the stone, congregating into a large dot at the center. Is this fog? Valera looked around. seeing a misty white veil all around them. "No, these are clouds," said Aldrich. "Thank you." That was how high up they were. He looked up to see an enormous bell hovering above the platform they stood upon. The structure was massive enough that it utterly dwarfed Aldrich. It was as big as the higher-end mansions that stood tall in sky cities. Decorative patterns of lilies and bones and dragons etched their way across the bell's dark metal body in an artistic tapestry. "Thank you." A faint, nearly translucent spherical orb of green covered the bell, and it pulsated in a rhythmic pattern like the beating of a heart. Directly beneath the bell, a comparatively tiny pillar of green light shone down, linking with the dot at the center of the floating stone platform. "Welcome, Deathwalker, to the solarium." The Death Lord pointed to the enormous bell above. "Thank you." Looking up into it, Aldrich saw darkness, but within that darkness, he could also make out the flickering movement of green wisps, souls. "That is the Bell of Eternity," said the Death Lord, "an artifact of the divine grade, the highest there is. No, that does not do it enough justice. It stands at the top even among divine grade artifacts. That little suckling bottle that the goddess Amara grants you heroes is worth as much as manure compared to this." "Thank you." All that lazy goddess did was shape shards from her heavenly domain. Compare that to this artifact of mine. Its metal is abyssal iron harvested from the deepest, most dangerous dungeons of the realm. To find enough took me 3 centuries of diving into dungeons. It was shaped in the fiery forge of Corinthesis, the dragonsmith whose lowliest artifacts are of the mythic grade. Quenched in waters harvested from the soul stream itself, that was a journey that took me another 2 centuries. Thank you. The sacrifice of 2 millennial dragon souls went into enchanting it. The battle needed to slay those 2 and take their souls cost me another century and nearly my life. "An artifact 500 years in the making," commented Valera in awe. I had heard of this bell in texts and tales in the libraries and study halls of Nokros, but nothing my instructors taught nor what those dusty tomes depicted ever compares to this. "Do not get swept up by it," said Medulla, still as bored as ever. "Thank you. Despite my lord's grandiose words, in the end it is simply a power source that allows this massive realm to be as stable as it is. Nothing more than a battery, really." "Battery? Aye, that does sound right." Another voice, not one from the current group, spoke out. It came from the pillar of green light tethering the center of the platform to the bell's spherical aura. A woman stepped out of it, a woman that positively screamed with the word power. "Thank you." She was easily 3 meters tall, towering over everyone there. Further exacerbating the weight of her physical presence was her build. She was noticeably muscular and she did not hesitate to show it off. Her outfit consisted of black leggings and bra that tightly clung to her curvy figure. All her developed muscles were visible, regardless of whether they were clothed or not, and they looked solid enough to shatter bricks on.
Thank you.
Other than that, she wore a single large pauldron on her left shoulder, and behind it a short, tattered red cloak fluttered behind her. Her hair stretched down to her waist in wild red waves, while her eyes shone with a gleaming white. What made her power most evident, though, was her aura of magical energy that raged around her in flame orange-red. It was practically just as strong as the Death Lord's when she got serious, 'cause that is what methinks I am these days. "Thank you." "A glorified battery holding up another battery," said the woman with a disgruntled expression. Her glowing white eyes did not have pupils in them, but instead a single elaborate golden letter in each runes, a symbol of power from a god, or in this case a sign that one had inherited the blood of a god. This was Rella, first among the Death Guard and the undisputed strongest, likely being even stronger than the Death Lord herself in terms of sheer damage output.
"Thank you."
"I understand it is not work that you may find befitting your status as First Death Guard, Rella," said the Death Lord, "but it is one of necessity. Without your vast magical energy reserves that far outstrip even mine with that divine blood of yours, maintaining the necropolis's stability would be difficult. In that regard, consider the duty you perform now to be of the highest importance." "I suppose," said Rella as she crossed her arms and stared at Aldrich and Valera. "Thank you," So, what do we have here? This the usurper you were telling us all about. He seems awfully small and skinny to me. If I fought him now, he would die in just a minute. Tops, still. Rella licked her lips like she was looking at a piece of meat. I do want to try. Aldrich paused for a tense moment as he heard Rella's words of challenge. Valera immediately followed suit, standing firmly beside him with a strong grip on her shield. Thank you. His magical energy swirled around him in a rippling aura. This tense, even with someone as powerful as the Death Lord, because he understood the type of person she was. She might have joked about liking Aldrich, but at the end of the day, it was just that, a joke. He could tell this in her mannerisms, in her non-committal body language, and her barely concealed smile that made it obvious that most of her words were to be taken lightly. But Rella was nearly the complete opposite. Thank you. She had an easygoing and condent demeanor about her that made it seem as if most of her words were light-hearted, but there was something a little more unhinged about her, in the way she smiled, in her voice that made her far more unpredictable, that, and her backstory. Rella was the daughter of Rathos, highest god of the Illumin peoples that were the equivalent of humans in the game. Her mother was just some nameless priestess he had forced himself upon and promptly forgot about.
Thank you.
When Rella reached her teenage years, Fiola, goddess and wife to Rathos, saw Rella as an abomination and a symbol of her husband's infidelity. Thus, Fiola cast Rella down into the depths of a dungeon full of the vilest creatures capable of enacting the most torturous ends known to man. There, Rella survived for 40 years by herself, and when she emerged, she was nothing but an uncontrollable ball of violence and fury. Thank you. Aldrich did not know how exactly the Death Lord managed to get Rella sane enough to work for her. What he did know was that he did not trust in Rella's mental stability enough to hold herself back from suddenly unleashing the full brunt of her power against Aldrich. And as Aldrich was now vastly underleveled compared to his game counterpart, Rella's endgame level strength would undeniably demolish him. Evidently, Valera felt the same sense of threat too.
Thank you.
Her battle instincts told her to be cautious of Rella because she was wildly unpredictable. That is a nice aura ye have, said Rella. It would be a wondrous feeling to shatter it with my own 2 hands. There will be no shattering of anything tonight, said the Death Lord warmly, her voice resonating with authority. Rella looked to the Death Lord and nodded without much resistance. Course, I was just bored, was all sitting in that pillar all day.
Thank you.
I'm surprised. I thought you would have had your L of dreadily of delacting after sparring with the Death Lord, said Aldrich. This was, of course, a pointed question meant to scope out reactions from both Rella and the Death Lord. Using those, he could try to determine how much of what the Death Lord said was true about her injuries. Ha! Her, said Rella. By this point, I've sparred her enough to be quite bored of what she can do, and she never goes all out with me even when I beg her to.
Thank you.
If we both go all out, said the Death Lord, this realm crumbles. I already grant you much in sparring sessions to alleviate you from the boredom of this task of manually channeling the bell of absolution as its conduit. To let you go all out on top of that is simply too much. Rella wasn't even going all out, and she managed to do that much damage to one side of you, said Aldrich. The Death Lord did not respond to this. Thank you. It was Rella that took over the answering, and she was decidedly harder to read, perhaps because of the many years she had spent in a dungeon, or maybe it was because she was half god, but her ability to make proper facial expressions was in an almost eerie way. I would be ashamed of myself if my void lightning could not do even that much, said Rella. I have trained it all my life to slay gods, no matter how tough their skin, barriers, or wills are, and it has felled more than one.
Thank you, Mel, is no dirant.
An unlucky hit, then? Aldrich asked this directly to the Death Lord this time. As unlucky as can be, the Death Lord shrugged the topic away. We are not here to discuss my sparring injuries. Let us proceed with the awakening of your boundary.
All right, then,
said Aldrich. For now, Rella had covered for the Death Lord. Explanations were given for why Rella could have just left this post acting as a conduit for the bell. Thank you. The sparring sessions were temporary, probably made in short enough intervals that Rella's absence here was not felt. On top of that, it was actually plausible for Rella to have harmed the Death Lord to the degree of taking her arm even with a minor eort. Rella's signature attack involved channeling lightning as her father did. Thank you. However, unlike her father's divine lightning, which shone a brilliant hue of bright white, her lightning was pitch black and held the property of disintegrating whatever it struck. The disintegration effect was true damage, ignoring any resistances and bypassing almost all barriers. On top of that, it had an incredibly potent anti-healing effect as well. Theoretically, it was possible that the Death Lord had gotten careless and taken a hit from it.
Thank you.
Aldrich still had more than his fair share of doubts, but the more tried to press the matter, the more suspicious it would get on his end. Oh, a new boundary, is it? Rella looked Aldrich up and down. This young lad of a lich has one already? Not bad. Maybe it will be worth allowing him to live and ripen into a proper challenge. He is my usurper, after all, said the Death Lord like a proud mother.
Thank you.
If he was even a shade less worthy of my powers, I would have put up far more of a struggle in allowing him to receive it. Aren't I the only option you have? Said Aldrich. Not like there are any others to choose from. That is true, agreed the Death Lord, but I shall say this. Were you weak-willed any? I would have been content to allow my realm to fade into oblivion without ever passing it on to you. After all, I am already dead. No, wait, I am dead twice over, come to think of it. Thank you. I had my turn to do what I wished, now it is yours. Come on then, said Rella as she held out her hand to Aldrich. If this will not lead into anything exciting, best to get it over with quickly. Finally, Medulla sighed. Someone that speaks my language. Aldrich stared at Rella's open hand with some level of hesitation. Rest assured, Medulla and I will both keep Rella's tendencies under control, said the Death Lord. And she is not actually the one infusing you with energy.
Thank you. It is the bell of absolution.
Rella is simply a conduit. Her god core allows her to multiply mana that owes into her, making her the perfect channel for the bell. But she cannot actually change how much ow the bell grants. That is strictly under my domain, and I will try to ensure not a unit more than is needed ows into you.
This had better work as you describe it, Snake, said Valera. Of course it will, my dear. After all, you are here as his contingency, said the Death Lord.
Thank you.
She raised a hand towards the bell. Sigils of green lighted upon her arm in a complex weave of patterns. Power radiated out from these sigils, distorting the space around them. Unlike runes that gods used to manifest their powers, the Death Lord and other dark entities used sigils instead. The only exception were demons, but that was because they were invaders to the Elduin realm that got their RST foothold through a god's runes, hence their preference for using runes.
Thank you, O bell of mine. I call upon you to ring, to bring forth the death knell that has claimed both the lowliest and mightiest of soul. In response to the Death Lord's voice, the enormous bell began to oscillate. The intricate patterns of dragons and lilies upon its frame lit up in bright purple, emanating a lavender hue that melded with the green sphere around it. Around, this much should be enough, whispered the Death Lord as she snapped her engers.
Thank you.
The bell tolled once, its great bulk softly moving from side to side with a heavy and slow motion. As it did so, it let out a deep and eerie ring, like what one would expect a bell of its size to sound like in some dark, watery depths. The sound traveled not by Aldrich, but through him, radiating in vibrations all across his body of bone. The pillar of green energy underneath the bell that usually stood unchanging and stable now ickered chaotically with newly introduced energy. Thank you. Now take my hand, said Rella, walked up to Aldrich, standing over him while holding out her open hand. And walk into the pillar with me. When we step in, you ought to feel the power owing into you. The moment you step in, you will enter your boundary, steal your mind as much as possible, Death Walker, said the Death Lord. There are some liches that meet their boundary cores and lose their sanity, becoming little more than raving madmen.
Thank you.
That's another risk you didn't tell me about, said Aldrich.
Not a risk.
The Death Lord smiled at Aldrich. Did I not say I would not have accepted you? Were you weak-willed? You can handle this much, now go.
Aldrich looked ahead at the pillar of chaotically ickering green light that would make him come face to face with the deepest core of his being. Within it, like being bathed in a waterfall, Rella stood, the light crashing around her. "Thank you." Her whole body lit up with a great many circuit-like white patterns, showing that she was channeling the power through her. "Come now, usurper," said Rella as she nodded towards Aldrich. "Take my hand, or are ye shy?" "Give me a moment," said Aldrich as he manifested his materius again. A red ash spread over his body, indicating he had sacred health. Creating his materius took up 20% of his maximum health, but costs like that did not matter much in non-combat scenarios like now. "Thank you." The organs, esh, and skin of his human body all wrapped up around his gray bones, padding his frame out until he was whole again. He had Medulla's training garb pants still equipped on him, so he was not ashing the world, a trained body, and here I thought ye a frail mage. A pleasant surprise. Rella waved her hand, beckoning Aldrich forward. "I am eager to feel your grip. I can tell much about the quality of a warrior from that alone." "I'm going," said Aldrich.
Thank you.
Before he took his east steps forward, Valera put a hand on his shoulder. "Master, do be careful," said Valera. She eyed Rella's hand, especially of that gorilla's monstrous grip. "In any case, I will be vigilant here, ready to take your blood if needed. I'll be back soon." Aldrich went forwards. He was content in Valera's ability to drain any dangerous excess magical energy from him. "Thank you." She did not have as powerful a blood-sucking ability as a full-blooded vampire, but her mixed blood with a Dullahan made her uniquely suited for this type of situation. Dullahan possessed an ability to mark an enemy for death. This rapidly dispelled all types of buffs from the target. This included not only self-cast buffs that boosted stats or defenses, but also connections with magical energy sources not native to the target's own being. "Thank you." In most cases, this was a strong anti-mage tool when mages used arcane utility spells to create mana orbs that they could tap into for a quick recharge. As a hybrid, Valera's vampiric bite was combined with the Dullahan's death mark. Whoever she got a proper bite on, she could also activate the death mark against. In Aldrich's case, that meant that she would drain him on two fronts.
Thank you.
The death mark would rapidly dispel the foreign energy in his body, and her vampiric blood-sucking would drain what was left. "Ready," Rella said, as Aldrich came close to her. "Ready," Aldrich calmed as he grasped Rella's hand. Immediately, crackles and sparks of green energy screeched around the point of contact. Aldrich felt his hand start burning, sizzling as the intensely concentrated magic started owed into his body. The pain, however, did not affect him.
Thank you.
It was nothing at all compared to burning agony. "You do not even inch. Your hand is well sculpted, calloused, the knuckles honed. You have beaten many a foe to death with these hands, have you not?" said Rella. "It's part of surviving." "Surviving, I know that feeling well. We ought to get along quite well. You and I." Rella stepped back further into the pillar, her whole body disappearing in its blinding light. Aldrich followed. "Thank you." As he took his real step into the light of the pillar, he braced himself for what was to come. The moment his foot touched the light, everything turned black. Aldrich woke up with a start, breathing heavily. He felt a cold sweat run down his face. He instantly analyzed his surroundings. He was in a dark space, very dimly lit by ickering, speckled lights above that cast oddly patterned light in random intervals. Aldrich felt cold metal under his bare upper body. "Thank you." He got onto a knee and inspected the ground. The metal was heavily discolored, patterned with many patches of dark that he guessed was rust upon closer inspection, though he could tell that not all of the discoloration was from rust. Quite a bit of it was from dried blood. The stench of iron and rotting meat hung heavy in his nose. It was a disgusting smell that made him frown. "Thank you." An ordinary person would have likely vomited by now, but perhaps because he was undead. But the smell of rot did not affect him much. Aldrich stood up, and as he did so, he got a much better view of the room around him. Many rusted chains ending in hooks hung down from the ceiling, some of them holding up the deteriorating carcasses of pigs. "Thank you."
There were what looked like operating tables spaced evenly throughout the room, with the occasional rusted barrel beside them that held a jumble of saws and drills and tools of torture. Spattered blood decorated the tables, as did strong restraints meant to hold down anything that got on them. Aldrich knew where this place was. This was the room his parents had been tortured in. He felt a headache pierce through his mind, and he put a hand to his forehead, grimacing. "Thank you." His body felt weak and strong in waves. Memories came back to him of that night, when he was just a child, wide-eyed and watching. He could have looked away, but he did not. He could not. He saw the tearing, the breaking. He heard the screaming, the crying. Aldrich put his hand down from his face and shook his head. His green eyes stared ahead with unwavering strength. Those memories haunted him, but they did not overwhelm him. They were not memories he buried. Thank you. They were memories he kept alive, live coals to fuel his rage, his purpose. Was this his boundary core? If so, he could handle it. Aldrich heard the clatter of metal in the distance, far down the length of the room where the already faltering lights stopped working completely. Oddly enough, in here, his night vision granted by his racial status as an undead did not work. Nevertheless, Aldrich stepped towards the darkness. Thank you. He felt strangely compelled to do so, as if he was being led there by some greater outer force that he could not quite resist. He had never sleepwalked before, but he grued this was what it felt like. As Aldrich walked down the ever-darkening room, it became emptier and emptier. The operating tables and barrels started to fade away, as if consumed by the darkness itself. He kept going. He saw no light now, just pure darkness. Thank you. The only thing that reached his senses was the sensation of cold metal under his feet and the clinking of metal ahead. The more he pressed forward into the darkness, the louder the clinking got. Eventually, after a minute or so, he could start to hear a voice. It was faint at RST, its words indecipherable, but soon he could make things out. Please, no more. No more feeding. I'm not hungry anymore. Make it stop. Aldrich knew that voice. It was from the butcher. Thank you. As soon as he made that connection, he found himself stepping into an enormous cell. It just suddenly manifested, like an unloaded asset spontaneously loading in a video game upon reaching a certain checkpoint. A huge, barred cell door stood in front of Aldrich, though at the end it was slightly open, allowing him to slip through. Within the cell, a singular light shone from above. The light came from what looked like an eye growing in the bloodied metal of the ceiling. Thank you. It was unlike any kind of eye Aldrich had ever seen before. Large, bulbous, yellow, and grotesquely lelled with veins that moved and twitched like insects were crawling through them. Under the odd yellow spotlight cast from the eye was the butcher. His disembodied upper body was held up by meat hooks running down the ceiling. They dug into his esh. Dried blood caked all around where they sunk their hooks in. Tears welled up around the corners of the butcher's eyes as he breathed heavily in agony.
Thank you.
The stumps of his limbs looked like they had been hacked, with something with a rough, serrated edge. Something that would not have made a clean, quick cut. Something that would have been painful. And from the various saw marks on his skin, some less healed than others, Aldrich could tell the butcher's limbs had been sawed and regenerated back in many, many cycles. Below the butcher, Aldrich saw a little girl, no older than 10 perhaps.
Thank you.
She had on a immaculately white dress that stood out in strikingly clean contrast to her blood-spattered, elf-strewn surroundings. She looked up at the butcher with curious yet strangely cold eyes of green. When Aldrich took another step forward, past the barred cell door, the girl turned to take notice of him. I was waiting for you, said the girl.
Thank you.
When Aldrich looked down at her messy white hair and green eyes, he felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if he was looking at a reflection of himself in a puddle.
You're the chrysalis, aren't you?
Said Aldrich, taking note of a tail that hung low by her feet, the very same crystalline structured tail of the chrysalis. I don't know what I am now, said the girl, but I think that's what I used to be. This place is at my boundary core, said Aldrich. The girl nodded. Thank you. I think so. Did you make all this? The girl shook her head. Not this place. I don't like this place. She shivered, wrapping her arms around herself. It's too cold. She went to Aldrich and tugged at his pant leg in the same way a child would to her father when she wanted something. Can we go up? I made everything upstairs. It's better there and warmer. Upstairs? There's more? Aldrich asked the girl. The chrysalis nodded with vigor. Yes.
Thank you. I built using the blocks I had, all the blocks that were a part of this thing you call a soul. So it won't be new to you, but it's better than this place. I promise. She came by Aldrich's side and looked up at his hand. He was too tall for her to take a hold of his hand, so she settled with just grasping at the fabric of his pant leg, like a lost child. Okay, let's go, said Aldrich. As soon as those words escaped his lips, something happened in the jail cell.
Thank you. In the thick darkness of the cell where the light of the eye above did not reach, movement ickered. Aldrich tensed upon his magical energy, but found that he could not. It was not that anything prevented him from drawing out his energy, but when he felt the energy expel from him in cold waves, he felt them disappearing into some innate void, unable to form into anything resembling a spell.
Thank you.
The darkness ickered again, stronger this time, and Aldrich realized that there was not movement within the dark. The darkness was the one that was moving. Like a mass of living, writhing shadow, the darkness crawled into the eerie yellow spotlight in the form of shadowy tendrils. These, Aldrich recognized. They were the same type of shadowy tendrils that the chrysalis used when it was dormant to draw things into its territory. Scary.
Thank you.
The chrysalis hid behind Aldrich's legs, peeping out between, to see what was going on. You don't control the shadows? Said Aldrich. The chrysalis rapidly shook her head. No, they were already here. But didn't you call on them? Said Aldrich. Every time I willed you to draw something into your territory, it seemed like you were controlling them. They didn't have a home to be in before me. When I built this place, they moved in, and they got power. Thank you. In the end, though, I think they only listened to you, said the chrysalis. Aldrich watched as the tendrils hovered over the butcher's body like hungry vultures. No, get away, the butcher yelled, causing the chrysalis to wince and put her ungers in her ears. The tendrils formed into brutish saws and began shearing away at the regenerating ash around the butcher's arm and leg stumps. Thank you. They slowly ripped apart chunks of ash and bone, making sure the butcher had ample time to feel the agonizing pain. When the saw tendrils were done severing the regenerated stumps, other grasping tendrils took the bloody, torn meat and violently began shoving it into the butcher's mouth.
Thank you.
When the butcher closed his mouth and turned up his face to stop them from feeding him his own body, more tendrils, thinner and sharper in shape, dug into the butcher's face, digging under his ash and bulging visibly under his skin. They acted like strings on a puppet, forcibly making the butcher open his mouth. They tendrils even forced his eyes open to make sure he could witness everything.
Thank you.
The butcher gurgled in his own blood of ash as the tendrils crammed in his own limbs into his jaw with violent force. Aldrich tried to will the tendrils to do something else, testing whether he had true control over them. They did not respond to him, only continuing their cycle of innate torture against the butcher and his regenerating body. Can we go now? The chrysalis tugged at Aldrich's pant leg again. Yes, said Aldrich. As he stared at the butcher's sewering, he felt satisfaction. Thank you. This was the man that had caused his parents all that agony. It was only right that he sewer the same himself. It was what he had intended in the arrest place, too. The biggest reason why he had even captured the butcher alive. If these tendrils had not done this, then he would have made sure Flergan would have created something just as painful, if not worse. But Aldrich did not feel it was right to be reveling in this torture with the chrysalis right beside him.
Thank you.
Something about her childlike appearance and demeanor made it feel inappropriate to be watching this with her by his side. Let's go. Aldrich turned to leave, and the chrysalis followed close behind him. As he left, the bars of the cell door closed on their own. He took one last look at the cell, not at the butcher, but at the entire cell itself from farther away, Even the butcher's sizable bulk seemed tiny inside the cell. Thank you. Granted, he was just a torso and head. But even had he been whole, the cell would have been far too big for him. There was an odd, eerie feeling that this cell was meant for something much, much bigger. But what Aldrich had no idea. This way. Outside the cell, the chrysalis gained more pep and took the lead forward, tugging at Aldrich's leg to follow. Overall, the chrysalis was rather emotionless in her expressions and tone of voice. But Aldrich could end hints of emotion beneath it all. Thank you. It was the inverse of Rella, who had lost how to have proper human emotions over long isolation. The chrysalis, Aldrich sensed, was learning how to express herself, learning how to be comfortable with her newly developed soul. Up, 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 the chrysalis started to walk on what seemed like thin air, ascending step by step like she was scaling an invisible staircase. Aldrich followed. Thank you. They were still in the ceiling-less hallway of darkness leading from the torture room into the cell. But at a certain point, the chrysalis stopped going up. Here, she said as she put a small hand above her head, her palm pressed against an invisible surface. A circular outline of light, big enough to easily Aldrich through, drew around her hand. The darkness within the circle then slid over like a sliding door, revealing bright light. From that light, warmth emanated outwards. Thank you, much better. The chrysalis stopped shivering as she pranced her way up and through the circle of light. Aldrich did the same. When his head crossed the circle, he found himself peering at what looked like a regular apartment. He blinked, processing his surroundings. Come on up. The chrysalis stood at the edge of a circle of darkness surrounding Aldrich. It seemed that the circle of light was inverted in color up here. She knelt down and held out her hand.
Thank you.
Aldrich took her hand and she helped raise him up with surprising strength. When Aldrich stepped out of the dark circle, it closed up with light sliding over it. When the light stopped glowing, it meshed with the rest of the hardwood ore. I know this place, said Aldrich. He stood still for a moment, blinking several times as he processed things. He stood in the living room of an apartment, a modest one based upon its rather cramped size. Thank you. A far cry from the enormous rooms of wealthy corporate suite apartments that had enough space to house things like replaces that they almost never used and pianos that they probably did not even know how to play. No. Instead, the comparatively tiny living room had a sense of heart to it that made it seem much bigger than it was. None of the decorations were thoughtless, placed solely for their worth in credits. On small stands, there were vases led with carefully tended owers. Thank you. On the walls, there were paintings of lakes and oceans and beaches that, though good, were obviously not crafted by some artisanal master. Just someone who had tried their best and was proud of what they had done. There was a hand-built, slightly crooked bookshelf of dark wood in the corner led with colorful comics, graphic novels, manga, and hardcover Sichin books. All of those were rarities in today's digitized age, more collector's items than anything that people bought to really read. Thank you. Yet each and every one of those books had little bookmark tags sticking out from their pages. Aldrich sat down on a creaky blue couch. It felt so familiar to him, and for good reason. This was his parents' apartment, where he had spent all of his early years. This was where they had raised him from a helpless infant to a child led with dreams. And after they had died, this was where he had raised himself, shattering his dreams, picking up the pieces and forging them into something deadlier. Thank you. Colder. He had emptied the place out and leveled it with training gear and a VR combat simulation rig that took up most of the living room. But this was how the apartment looked like before Aldrich's parents had passed. When they had passed, he had over time changed everything. He had taken down all the paintings his mother had made. He had tried to keep the owers she loved alive, but he had no talent for it. When they withered and died, he had to throw them away. Thank you. The shelf full of books his father loved, Aldrich had given those away or thrown them out. It was not that he had not cherished these memories of his parents, but in the RSD year after their death, the memories were just too painful to bear. Every book, every painting, all of it was just a sharp reminder of what he had lost. He had felt better throwing it all away and letting the oblivion It was a decision he came to regret later on, but by then, What had been done had been done.
Thank you.
Aldrich turned around to look at the biggest painting in the room, a family portrait. There was his dad, smiling wide, even when the photo was supposed to be serious. There was his mother staring up at his dad with admonishing eyes, telling him to be serious, but even then, she still smiled at her husband's antics. Then there was Aldrich, just years old between them, each of his hands held in one of theirs. This portrait, too, Aldrich had cast away. Thank you. To see all of this again, Aldrich took in a deep breath, feeling overwhelmed. He felt happy, that was for sure, happy that everything he had thought was lost had been immortalized in his boundary, but at the same time, witnessing all this again, the memories and feelings hit him all at once. Everything here reminded him of his parents' love for him. So much love, so much lost, so much he had forgotten, so much he had resolved to never feel again. Are you okay?
Thank you.
The chrysalis sat right next to Aldrich's silent gore. Yes, said Aldrich. Do you like what I built? I used everything I felt in you that I felt was warm and nice, said the chrysalis. Her legs dangled from the edge of the couch, and she kicked them playfully. I like this place a lot better than the cold spot, do you? Aldrich took in another deep breath, and then sighed. He smiled.
I do.
You like it? I'm happy. The chrysalis nodded to herself energetically.
Thank you. I didn't like how cold that place below was, so I wanted to make this place as warm as possible.
Cold, That place below, if you didn't make it. Do you know who did? Said Aldrich.
The shadows did, said the chrysalis.
The more I built, the more they built with me. I thought they were making fun of me. I see. Aldrich did not exactly know what this meant. What were the shadows? Thank you. If they were a part of his soul from the beginning, as the chrysalis had said, then were they just some other aspect of him? Perhaps his colder side? But then why did he lack control over it? Why was it separate to begin with? Questions and more questions. He would consult the Death Lord later, once he nished whatever trial he had left in here. Speaking of, what exactly was the trial here? Was it just to witness this room? Thank you. If so, it was something far less dramatic than what the Death Lord claimed the experience of encountering a boundary core for the RST time would be. I like it, said Aldrich. He stood up. But I need to go. Go? The chrysalis cast her eyes downward, saddened already. You don't want to stay here, where it's warm? I do, said Aldrich. He looked around at the familiar room around him, at all the warm memories they represented that he had lost. But this is still the past. Thank you. I have other people out there that need me who live in the present. Then can I come with you? The chrysalis looked up at Aldrich with wide, pleading eyes. Don't you need to stay here to maintain all this? Said Aldrich. The chrysalis shook her head. No. Once I make it, you're the one that keeps it all going. All right then, I don't see an issue with you coming with me, said Aldrich. Yay, said the chrysalis. She hopped o' the couch and looked at Aldrich. Where do we go now?
Thank you.
I was hoping you would tell me, said Aldrich. I thought you knew a way out of here.
Me?
No? The chrysalis cocked her head, clueless. Aldrich raised a brow, now concerned. Was he trapped here? There must have been a way to leave a boundary. He had simply thought it would have been automatic as a process. And if it was not, he thought the Death Lord would tell him the manual way to leave. The fact that she did not made Aldrich entertain the suspicion that she wanted to trap him here. Thank you. It was a rather low probability suspicion, but he did not discard it. Aldrich heard a sudden loud crackling of static from across the room. The chrysalis, startled, rushed to Aldrich's leg, hugging it like a pillar of support. A wide telescreen at the other end of the room ashed alive. At RST, there was just pure static from the reaction of the chrysalis. Aldrich could tell she had not turned it on.
Thank you.
The warm lights in the room ickered on and rapidly before dimming completely, letting darkness take a hold of the room. And with that darkness, an eerie chill permeated through the air. The plants in vases started to wilt, the paintings started to chip away, the books started to crumple, decay started to leach in everywhere. The place started to look more and more like the depressingly empty training ground that Aldrich had turned it into.
Thank you.
No. Aldrich reached out a hand, trying to preserve everything he saw fading away. He could not let that happen, not again, and yet there were too many things to try and save. The telescreen's static faded away, revealing a split screen. One half was an angry red, the other half a deep, dark blue. Twin voices radiated out from each half of the screen. From the red, his father's voice; from the blue, his mother's. Their voices were not kind. They were not welcoming. They were not warm. "Son,"
Thank you. What happened to you?
said his father. What is all that behind you?" said his mother's horrid voice. Aldrich looked behind himself. Instead of seeing his family portrait, he instead saw a canvas of darkness. The darkness shaped into a host of shifting faces twisted in expressions of pain and agony. Faces he recognized, faces he had killed. "My God, what have you done?" said his father. What made you do this?" No, you can't be our son," said his mother. "Thank you. Not that sweet child who always smiled, even when we knew you were hurting inside. You always thought of others, just the way we taught you to. You can't be like this. Like a monster, a monster. If anyone else had called Aldrich a monster, he would not have cared. He would even have agreed. But hearing it from his parents, the word pierced through him. It felt like a blade jammed through his heart. Thank you. Those voices that had shown nothing but love and support, those voices he had always looked up to, reducing him down to nothing but a monster. The sheer horror in their voice, that sense of pure otherness, like they were talking not to their son but something to shun and curse. It hit Aldrich harder than any blow he had felt. Aldrich felt nauseous, and he put a hand to the side of his head. This was not physical nausea. It was purely mental.
Thank you.
It reminded him of the arrest year following his parents' death, when even a small memento of them would send a wave of nausea through his body.
"We told you that when someone is down,"
said his father. "You always pick them up," nished his mother. "We loved you because you were like us. We loved you because you were kind. We loved you because we saw so much good in you. Where did that all go? What did you do? What have you become? We can't love you now, monster."
Thank you.
Aldrich fell down to a knee as he started to breath heavy. The chrysalis looked at Aldrich with worry, then tentatively at the red and blue screen. She shivered, scared at the darkness that ickered around the edges of the screen. She gently slapped her cheeks to gain courage and stood in front of Aldrich, opposing the screen. "Don't say mean things to him," said the chrysalis. Aldrich did not hear her. He was absorbed in thought, in fear. "Thank you." Like with Valera, he never feared voiting and putting his life on the line. He was never scared of a bullet or I-beam or super strength. What he was afraid of, always deep down at the very depths of his being, was love. Fear that he could not love another, and fear that he did not deserve to be loved by the only people he had loved, his parents. He knew they would never have approved of what he had become. But he had buried that fear because he knew he would never see them again. Thank you. And yet here they were. The fact that this came right after feeling so many good memories about them made it even worse, twisting that blade in his heart with a cruel hand. He dites hard. He gives up so much to dite. You can't say bad things to him like that when he tries so hard, said the chrysalis, visibly nervous but still standing as tall as she could for Aldrich. Those words reached Aldrich. It made him think. He had given up so much to be where he was now. He had given up a happy life. Thank you, love and laughter. Even his humanity. He had become a monster, but... I know, said Aldrich. He stood up, the nausea leaving him. He faced the screen of red and blue with determination in his green eyes. I know that I'm not what you wanted me to be. I know that if you two were actually alive, if you saw me as I was, learned what I did, who I killed, who I tortured, you would be horrid. Thank you. I don't know how real this is, but I've also known deep within myself that you two, if you saw me as I was now, would not be able to love me, at least not in the way you used to when I was a child, when you were still with me. How can we love you now? You've become a monster. I know. I've always known. Aldrich nodded. But I am my own monster. I made these choices. I made these sacrifices because I thought they were necessary. Were they the right choices? You wouldn't think so. Thank you. Plenty of others wouldn't. Aldrich's esh peeled in chunks from his arms and chest, bearing his inhuman skeleton. But who or what I am now is my choice, and mine alone. This path I walk, is it right? Is it wrong? I sometimes wonder myself, but it doesn't change the fact that it's the path that I chose, and because I chose it, I will see it through to the end. Aldrich stared at the screen, his eyes glowing bright. His magical energy started to return to him, swirling in an aura around him.
Thank you.
In his mind, he remembered all the happiness he felt from his parents, all those sweet and warm memories. They owed into him nonstop, almost as if through external force, trying to get him drown him down in fear and guilt. The blade in his heart twisted even further, but none of that stopped his next words. And the voices of happy memories long dead won't stop me. The telescreen cracked, the red and blue images instantly shutting into darkness. Thank you. Then the darkness of the screen expanded outwards, engulfing the room. The chrysalis cringed as she held on tight to Aldrich's leg as the darkness swallowed them both up. Aldrich emerged from the enveloping darkness and found himself back in the Death Lord's realm. He was not standing, but laying down, staring up at the yawning void of darkness within sensation, being in one realm, then another, with barely a hint of transition. Thank you. What was even more jarring was the immediate sense of weakness he felt, like his body was still made of frail ash and had gone through a week of starvation. The culprit for all this, however, was right in front of him. No, to be more precise, she was sprawled on top of him. Valera was sprawled atop Aldrich, legs pinned against his waist in a vice grip as she sunk her warm fangs deep into his neck. Her arms were hugged tightly around Aldrich in an embrace that managed to be both caring and RM. Thank you. I'm back, managed out Aldrich as he felt his health rapidly deteriorating. Stop doing weird things to him. The chrysalis pushed against Valera, though with how strong Valera was, the push barely even registered to her. My apologies, Master, said Valera, as she tore herself away from Aldrich's neck with trembling aort. Her voice was a little listless, like she was under the enuance, and she did not even register the chrysalis's presence. Thank you. When her face was far enough away, he immediately felt his instincts send a signal of alarm. Her red eyes were wide and manic, with a wide, fanged, blood-smeared smile oozing with overwhelming, crazed desire. She looked down at Aldrich's neck, then at his lips, and licked her own like a hungry predator. But your blood! You know how sweet it is for me? How warm it makes me inside. Valera started to slowly reach down again, back to Aldrich's neck. Thank you. This time he stopped her with a light bonk to the top of her head with a chopping motion. Not now. There are children here, said Aldrich. That tap to her head calmed her down a little. A child? Valera's red gaze glanced over to the chrysalis, Nally registering things properly. Let me cool down, Master, said Valera with heavy breaths. She began to regulate them, probably through some meditative method she learned from her warrior's training.
Thank you.
And as she did so, the ush in her paled cheeks started to die down. Aldrich was about to let his hand go from her head, but she kept it there with her own hand. Keep your hand there. I like it, and it helps me focus. Aldrich did as she asked, and in 30 seconds she nodded and opened her eyes. This time, her eyes did not shine with feral desire anymore. They were calm, dignified, like they usually were. She shyly looked away from Aldrich. Apologies, that was unseemly behavior from me.
Thank you.
No, I understand. It's just a side edict of drinking my blood. Aldrich tried to get up from under Valera, but realized he could not budge her monstrous strength. Without any enhancements from the Death Lord, he truly was a whole tier below real physical powerhouses like Valera and Volantis. I believe your master wishes to actually move. The Death Lord came into Aldrich's vision. Goodness. As a lady, you must learn to control yourself. Thank you. Or else your dear master may end himself enthralled in the presence of a real lady such as, my, Valera instantly got O of Aldrich in attack, swiping at the Death Lord's neck with her bare black claws. She stopped right before the claws touched the Death Lord's neck. Are you going to niche that sentence? Hissed Valera. She glared at the Death Lord. You may be worthy enough in strength to stand by my master, but until he acknowledges you himself, I will never accept you.
Thank you.
The Death Lord smiled at Valera, not at all caring that sharp black claws were just a centimeter away from reaching into her exposed neck. Look, I got you O of him so quickly, and do not be so feral, vampire. I will not stand in your way, at best. I may stand with you, if your master allows it, and if I end myself even interested enough to entertain the idea. Valera frowned, but withdrew her claws. She could not really do anything to the Death Lord anyway. Thank you. Her initial attack was probably an instinctive reaction meant to tear apart anyone that tried to tear Aldrich away from her. Aldrich looked at Valera, then at the Death Lord. He had no idea that the Death Lord would ever be interested in him in that way. But it was surface-level interest at best. Good, honestly. Any more than that, and he would have a headache. He had not even begun to properly navigate his relationship with Valera, let alone anyone else, if even that was something he wanted. Thank you. Ladylike behavior. Bollocks. Rella growled from afar, watching with her muscular arms crossed in front of her chest. When strong women lie with strong men, there is no room for ladies and gentlemen, only raw passion. Just as Aldrich was wondering and pitying about the men that had been crushed under Rella, the chrysalis spoke up. I don't get all this. What's everyone talking about? Nothing, said Aldrich quickly as he got on his feet.
Thank you.
The chrysalis hugged his leg and peered up at all the strange women around her. This is the chrysalis, said Aldrich. That crystal creature turned into this child. Valera cocked her head at the chrysalis. The creature created a soul and let it in with the Death Walker as a base, said the Death Lord. It is almost identical to what happens when a mother bears a child. A childlike form is thus quite ting. I see. Valera put a thinking hand to her chin. Thank you. So my master has given birth, she said, completely serious. I would very much prefer if you all did not put it like that, said Aldrich with a sigh. In any case, any child of my master's is a child of mine to protect, Valera declared as she knelt down and tried extending an inviting hand to the chrysalis. Come, let me hold you, child. The chrysalis hid behind Aldrich's legs, avoiding Valera. Crazy woman, said the chrysalis. Valera looked like she had sewered emotional damage.
Thank you.
She looked up at Aldrich with pleading eyes, wordlessly asking him what she should do. Just give her some time, said Aldrich. He had to admit he was not an expert either. Ha! You have no idea how to deal with a child. I see, said the Death Lord, as expected a vampire whelp. Watch me. The Death Lord looked down at the chrysalis with a cold, calculating gaze like she was assessing how ripe a fruit was. My, you have quite the potential.
Thank you.
How about it, then? Do you wish to inherit some of my grand magics that have turned entire kingdoms of people into naught but bloodied icicles, their screams of terror eternally captured in their frozen tombs? Does that not sound wondrously fun? The chrysalis widened her eyes at the Death Lord and the horrifying images she drew up with her words. She kept hiding behind Aldrich, scary woman. And who was supposed to be the expert here?
Thank you,
said Valera as she eyed the Death Lord with a triumphant smile, as if she had done any better.
This usually works.
The Death Lord faintly blushed as she put a hand to her chin, completely lost on why her approach did not work. Aldrich stared blankly at Valera and the Death Lord. He had always had a soft spot for children and their innocence, but he knew he was bad with them because of his lack of expressiveness. Thank you. But these two had way too much expressiveness, and none of it good. They were even worse than he was when it came to parenting. Children are simple creatures, began Rella as she started to come closer with thudding steps. They grow best under danger, just as I did. I suggest Aldrich, Valera, and the Death Lord all simultaneously stared at Rella with disapproving looks. Thank you. Even though all of them were bad at handling children, they still knew Rella would be worse than bad, a veritable disaster. She probably thought about tossing the kid into a dungeon or something. I will stop now, said Rella. Good. Aldrich sighed. As he did so, he felt a sharp pain at his chest, where his heart was. It was that same feeling of a blade twisting in his heart, the feeling he had pressed on through when he had come face to face with his deepest fear.
Thank you.
He grimaced as he clutched his heart. Are you okay? The chrysalis was RST to respond to Aldrich, tugging worriedly at his pant leg. Master, began Valera in a worry of her own. Do not work yourselves up over this, the Death Lord, in contrast to everyone else, smiled proudly. Instead, rejoice. This is a cause for celebration. The Deathwalker has truly unlocked his boundary. That feeling, Deathwalker. That is your trigger to unseal your boundary. Keep that feeling in your mind. Thank you. Engrave it in your being. Never forget it. When you wish to unseal your boundary, imagine that feeling again. That pain, it will be the key to unlock your inner realm and expand it upon your current plane of existence. Aldrich took in a deep breath as he felt the pain of his heart getting pierced. He committed it deeply to his memory as the Death Lord said, though that was not hard considering how strongly he had felt it just minutes before.
Thank you.
All right then, I'll test it out now, began Aldrich as he held out a hand, keeping that feeling of his heart tearing in his mind. Waves of darkness began to ichor around his body. Chapter 202, Boundary Details. Chapter 202, Boundary Details. Aldrich did not waste any time. He began the process of summoning his boundary. He wanted to see exactly how developed his personal space was, and some part of him still wanted to see if that little apartment room full of warm memories was still there. Thank you. But to get there, Aldrich had to unlock it with a key. That key being the memory of pain, that feeling of something sharp, something brutal, gouging into his heart and twisting it. It was not very pleasant, holding the feeling, but the Death Lord was right. Holding it made the image of his boundary space much clearer in his head. Aldrich held out his hand in front of him, his palm open. Darkness shrouded his arms, undulating like owing water. Manifesting a boundary already?
Thank you.
Rella watched Aldrich intently, her gleaming white eyes narrowed. She leaned forward, eager, a smile tugging at the edges of her lips. After just barely encountering his core, what is he, some kind of monster? Yes, you would know much about that, said the Death Lord. She put a hand to her chin as she watched Aldrich intently. I would like to see this happen, but the Death Lord appeared in front of Aldrich with a single high-speed movement.
Thank you.
Aldrich could not react to her, not only because of her speed, but because of the concentration he put in trying to manifest his boundary. It felt like his body was encumbered by chains all around. His mind, too, was slow. Concentrating on the boundary and the knife-to-heart image took a huge amount of mental energy. The shadows manifesting around Aldrich reacted violently towards the Death Lord, lashing out their tendrils towards her. She smiled as she projected her own magical energy. Thank you. This energy aura, however, was dirent than her regular one. The aura swirled out in a urry of white snowicks, indicating that this was not her usual green necromancy-tinged mana. When the cloud of bright white snowicks hit his darkness, they overwhelmed the shadows with ease, scattering the dark away like the sun would when it rose on a dark landscape. Not yet, Deathwalker. The Death Lord put her hand on Aldrich's and guided it down. Thank you. The sound of Valera crushing the metal of her armor was heard not very far away. Not yet. I'm curious to see whether you can manifest your boundary fully on your RST try, but it is unwise for your well-being. Let your mind process what has happened. Let the magic within your body settle. Rest, then, you may try. I shall guide you through the process. All right. Aldrich broke his concentration, and he felt a massive wave of exhaustion hit him like a tidal wave. Thank you. It was not physical exhaustion. His undead body did not feel that, but more mental, more spiritual. Look, I can do this. The chrysalis spoke up from beside Aldrich, and they turned their attention to her. The chrysalis had copied Aldrich, holding her hand out in front of her in the same posture as she concentrated, her brows furrowing together, her lip quivered in exertion as her whole body trembled. "Thank you." Black sparks crackled from in front of the chrysalis's hand before they turned into circle of darkness, the same kind that Aldrich manifested. From that circle of watery dark, a Gur plopped out. A human, it seemed, dressed up in a tattered brown suit that looked unfashionably like the shade of excrement. Despite his tattered clothes, he slept without a care in the world, snoring liberally. What is this thing? The Death Lord eyed the human with confusion. "Thank you. A weakling, I ought to say," said Rella. "An alter-human," remarked Valera, now comfortable with the term. "Right, the editor I snatched up," said Aldrich. "Ah, yes, one of those new humans," said the Death Lord, walked over to the sleeping altar and stood over him. "Still, I cannot understand how these humans manage to create such a variety of abilities. I do like what is new, though. Perhaps I may request you send another one of these to my realm. Medulla may quite like experimenting upon one."
"Thank you."
"Dissection is not my specialty, but any research is research, I suppose," said Medulla, glancing at the editor with a slightly more interested look than usual. "Where were you keeping him?" Aldrich asked the chrysalis. "He was sleepy, so I just tucked him in a bed," said the chrysalis. Notably, the editor had gotten lot better treatment than the butcher. It was as if the shadows beneath the space the chrysalis made had claimed the butcher for themselves.
"Thank you." It hinted further to the possibility that the shadows represented the darker aspects of Aldrich's mind, the part that had wanted to cause as much agony to the butcher as possible. Then, did the chrysalis represent what was good in him? What was pure? That might explain her childlike appearance and innocence? Aldrich could not know for sure. He was not an expert at getting symbols out of context clues. That was a job for empty-headed academics, not him. And he's still sleeping?
Thank you.
"Impressive," said Aldrich. He nodded to the chrysalis and her tired face. "You should take a rest, too. I know taking something in and out of your territory is taxing on you." Before the boundary had developed, the chrysalis could barely take objects in and out for more than a few instances before needing long recharge periods.
"Thank you."
Aldrich had hoped that with the boundary's development and the chrysalis obtaining a soul that she would get better, but he did not let any disappointment show, as he did not want to hurt the chrysalis. "No, that was because he was a strange man. He didn't belong in my space," said the chrysalis. She pouted, wanting to impress Aldrich. But I can do better. Look at this." The chrysalis furrowed her brows again, and from the shadow portal she made, objects started to fall out. "Thank you." First, it was a series of random household objects, forks, spoons, chopsticks, a random mug or two that shattered on the ground, and so on. Then, Aldrich's eyes widened as he saw something valuable, a white porcelain vase holding roses. Aldrich instantly recognized it was a vase from his mother. From the room, before the vase could shatter on the cold, hard stone below, he instantly grabbed it. Then, a small stack of comic books fell out. He grabbed that too in his other hand. "Thank you." Then, a moderately sized painting of a house on a green hill popped out. This was too big for him to carry in either of his hands, and he did not want to let it get ruined by mug shards from below. He deftly kicked it back. "Valera," said Aldrich. "I have it, master." Valera responded like she was a soldier responding to a life-or-death order from a general. She caught the painting in her hands, and
"Thank you."
The Crealis's eyes began to utter as her little body swayed from side to side, growing tired. "I'm sleepy." With that, the chrysalis closed her eyes before she could plop down on the messy, shard-scattered ground. The Death Lord picked her up by the neck of her white dress like she was picking a puppy up by the screw. The Death Lord stared intently at the sleeping chrysalis. "I see now, your boundary is split. One part of your boundary hails from this girl, and another from you. Thank you, an exceedingly rare case." "Is that a good thing?" said Aldrich. "It depends," said the Death Lord. She nodded towards the chrysalis. She slept peacefully. "On her, for I trust your competency.
Two souls sharing one boundary means control is shared. If both souls are competent and in sync, then they may operate the boundary with incredible efficiency. If not, the more competent soul will have to do double the work.
Thank you.
There was one lich who rebelled against me that had this condition. What was their name?
Ah, yes, Calvez.
A twin mage, sister and warrior brother duo who fused together due to their kindred closeness upon reaching undeath and lichdom. Their split boundary was exceptional due to how in sync they were. You witnessed before, did you not, how my aura of white overpowered your shadows?
Yes.
That was the energy of my boundary clashing against yours.
Thank you.
When two liches unseal their boundaries, the boundary that is more developed and stable will take over more space than the other. If the difference is great enough, the stronger boundary will completely devour the lesser and use it as fuel, said the Death Lord. She shrugged. Of course we are in my boundary already, so I have an advantage, but I digress. Thank you. The twins were particularly Erse because they could unseal two fully developed boundaries that worked together, actively doubling the space and complexity of their boundary. The brother created a world of swords. The sister created a world of magic crystals. They could combine these worlds together for a world of magic-infused blades. This made them a deadly foe against foes even a dozen levels higher than them. However, more often than not, a split boundary harms more than it does good. Thank you. Two disparate souls, for example, will create boundaries that are so vastly different from each other that they cannot mesh, risking even devouring each other. Chapter 203, Resting, Chapter 203, Resting Aldrich looked down at his hands, at the last ichors of shadow leaving them, owing past the ower vase and stack of books he held. So what does that mean, my boundary has a high probability of being useless? I would not say so. The Death Lord held the sleeping chrysalis out towards Aldrich. Thank you. This one may have her own unique soul, but at the same time it is not truly unique. It is a soul that developed using your own as a template. She may be a separate being, but fundamentally she is still you, odd though. The Death Lord cocked her head at the chrysalis's sleeping, sweetly innocent smile. I would never have expected you to have a side like this within you. If there was ever a side of me like that, it's long gone, said Aldrich. Not gone buried. The Death Lord smiled. Thank you. It is not a bad thing to have a side of light, of warmth, like this within you. It balances your being, and dark or pure light are boring abominations like that blindingly awful goddess. Aldrich gently placed the flower vase and books down and took the chrysalis from the Death Lord, holding the girl. She felt snug in his warmth, incredibly warm too, contrasting deeply with the chill of his undead skin. Thank you. It is my current theory that you two represent two halves of one soul, said the Death Lord. Thus, your boundary is still technically of one soul. Interference only occurs when two separate souls project incompatible boundaries. The greater the closeness of the souls, the greater the compatibility. Calvez, twins by birth, could project a perfectly complementary boundary. I should surmise that this little girl, created of your own soul, possesses an even closer link than that of birth twins. Thank you. I do not see an issue with your boundary developing. It will just require more training to use properly. Training? This isn't an innate racial ability, said Aldrich. The ability to project a boundary is innate to any sufficiently powerful lich, but to actually develop and control it properly requires training. The Death Lord reached out and squeezed Aldrich's shoulder muscles. Your muscles are part of your natural body, are they not? Thank you. And yet to maximize their strength, you must break them down and build them up. You must train them. It is just the same for your boundary. That is another interesting thing I have noted from you. The knowledge to use spells seems to imbue naturally within you. You have no need to train to wield them. But for racial abilities, you seem to require training just like the rest of us. The Death Lord put her hand to her chin and looked away, talking to herself in a quieter tone. Thank you. Perhaps it is because this system of transferal did not account for racial changes. System of transferal, said Aldrich. The Death Lord looked up. Yes. This system of yours is a function meant to transfer power. You may be asking from where, and that even I do not know originally. Now that I have taken it over, that power comes from me. But in the beginning, who or what it was bestowed this system upon you is something that eludes me.
Thank you.
Aldrich thought about the mystery of his system's origin and how few clues he had to actually figuring out how it had originated. There were so many unanswered questions and too little context to answer them. At best, his main lead was researching the Elden World game, his console, if it still existed, and tracking down the seller. But these were all a long shot. But do not think so hard, Deathwalker, said the Death Lord, and take some rest.
Thank you.
It may not have seemed like it, but you spent several hours vying against your boundary core, and you may still feel powerful, tireless with your undead body, but you should allow your mind to rest. To that end, I have prepared proper quarters for you and your guardian knight. The trial quests, began Aldrich. The Death Lord rolled her eyes. Come now. Slow down a little. What are you that eager to clear your mere second trial quest? You alone could annihilate any little being in that. Thank you. You have all this time to spend with my wondrous looks and personality, and you choose the trial quests? If possible, yes, said Aldrich. The Death Lord pouted. Goodness, you truly are an odd specimen, but heed my advice, Deathwalker. You must take some time to rest. Your boundary core is still stabilizing. Casting magic on an unstable core is a risky endeavor that I highly advise against. Rest assured, you are not wasting time here. Thank you. While you rest, I will devise a method to train both you and the chrysalis in utilizing your boundary. There are also some rare items gathering dust I would like to bequeath you, mostly for your followers, but only if you pass a few trials of my own. And what would those trials be? The Death Lord smiled and shrugged. I do not know. I have not thought of them yet. So get your rest, Deathwalker, and give a lady some time to think. Thank you. Aldrich sat upon a large, king-sized bed of plush silken green covers and royal purple blankets. The bed frame oozed with ornate luxury made of gold carved into patterns of bones and lilies. Behind the bed he had hung the painting of a house on a meadow that his mother had made. On a stand off to the side his father's comics and his mother's flower vase stood. This is a spare bed I had, but I suppose you can use it. Thank you. Laying upon it will increase the recovery of your soul, mana, and body tremendously. The Death Lord's words rang in Aldrich's mind, as did the rest of her words, though these were spoken in whispers. And of course, I am sure you are interested in body recovery, are you not? It cannot be helped. Being a young man of vigor as you are, Aldrich sighed and put a hand to his forehead. The thought of doing anything like that beside his parents' mementos felt incredibly wrong. Thank you. Not to mention the chrysalis was here, sleeping in her own smaller bed off to the side. Aldrich took his hand off his face and looked at it, at the scars and calluses that marred it. He wondered whether it was actually okay to just sit around and do, well, nothing. It felt incredibly odd. It seemed like his entire life, all his actions and thoughts, was devoted to some kind of purpose. Mostly vengeance, he realized, but that too was mostly gone. Thank you. He had killed Seth Solar, and the Butcher now suffered eternal torture. There was, of course, the rest of the Trident to take down, but that was a faceless entity and a much larger goal than just capturing the Butcher. He could not pursue that goal with vengeance. He had to approach it with cold calculation, and that was the thing. Now that personal vengeance was done and over with, he was left with much larger goals to take care of. Thank you. Taking down the Trident was one thing, but the biggest goal of all, to bring his idea of order into the world, to essentially conquer it, as Volantis said, was on another scale entirely. He had no clear plan yet as to how he would do it. He just knew, for now, he had to get stronger and find out more about where he stood in the world, and then he would know what pieces to play and when. Right now, though, Aldrich was meant to just rest.
Thank you.
According to the Death Lord, he was not even supposed to think too hard about things and just stay in a state of calm, mindless rest. Aldrich looked over to his side. At a smaller bed, where the chrysalis lay sleeping, curled up in a ball reminiscent of how she had looked when she was a crystalline serpent. She still slept soundly. Aldrich shrugged and lay down on the soft bed. Everything from the bed to the feeling of his new clothes felt soft, too soft for his liking.
Thank you.
His training garb had been taken away and replaced with what was known as spirit weave clothing. This was magical clothing conjured up using a catalyst from Aldrich, in his case strands of hair, that would manifest with his materius, fixing his flashing problem. Even more useful was that the clothing was bound to his materius, basically being a part of it. If he regenerated his materius, he could regenerate his clothing too.
Thank you.
Granted, spirit weave clothing did not have very strong stats and little capacity to hold extra magical enchantments, but it was still useful regardless for walking around in human form. As for its design, Wyke had looked into Aldrich's memory and fashioned a sleek black suit as she had no idea what a suit looked like. Right now, he had dematerialized his suit jacket and dress shirt, leaving him in a form-fitting white undershirt and pants. Thank you. In a way, this was very similar to how Strand, the world's premier costume-making company for heroes, made their outfits for heroes who were too physically strong to use conventional body armor or who had powers like intangibility or invisibility that made conventional clothing inconvenient. They took strands of hair or other genetic material from heroes and built what was basically a second skin that would interact properly with the hero's powers, preventing accidental nudity. Thank you. Could not have heroes walking around naked after fights or using their powers after all. That was just not good for public image and ratings were everything for heroes that only cared about credits and fame. Aldrich laid down on his bed and looked up. Across a ceiling and walls of gray stone were dotted magic crystals carved into the shape of lilies that shone with faint white light, illuminating the room. When was the last time he had ever just laid down and relaxed like this? Thank you. He could not really remember. Anytime he ever took a rest, it was to make sure he recovered from an injury or a workout. Rest was just a tool to leverage. That was how he thought of it. Technically, he supposed this was like that, what with needing to recover his spiritual stability, but it still felt strange, unnatural. Or perhaps he was the unnatural one, someone who had over time and abuse and suffering simply lost the ability to wind down and enjoy life at his own pace. Thank you. In stark contrast to the chrysalis who rested without a care in the world like he had done when he was a child, Aldrich watched the chrysalis at her rhythmic breathing, at her sweet smile she managed even while sleeping, and sighed. That was the thing, though. In the world Aldrich lived in, he could never enjoy anything at his own pace. Thank you. That was a luxury for those that did not need to do more than just struggle to survive, struggle to be heard, struggle to be accepted, struggle with every fiber of muscle and bone just to make an impact, just to carve out even a tiny bit of satisfactory vengeance. If possible, Aldrich wanted to fashion a world where people like him did not need to struggle like that anymore. A strong series of knocks echoed through the room. Aldrich sighed. Thank you. It was probably the Death Lord here to harass him again. He got off the bed with a flip just to feel like he was active and went over to his door. What is it now? Said Aldrich gruffly as he opened the door, but instead of the Death Lord there was Valera. She stood in the doorway in her revealing black dress, her red eyes looking shyly down as a small blush tinted her white cheeks. May I come in? Aldrich took a moment to process Valera's appearance in his doorframe.
Thank you. Well, it was not entirely out of possibility. His quarters were on a refurbished first floor of the necropolis, and the Death Lord had given Valera a room right next to his. If this is not a good time, I can take my leave, Master, began Valera. No, come in. I was just a little surprised, that's all. Aldrich moved out the way of the door, and Valera shyly came in. What brings you here? Asked Aldrich as he closed the door of ebony wood shut.
Thank you. It flashed briefly with green as it locked closed with some form of magical safety mechanism that also dampened noise. Valera looked around the room with her hands clasped together. She blushed as she avoided eye contact with Aldrich. Well, I do not have a place to stay for the night. You don't. Your room is right by, isn't it? Said Aldrich. Well, about that, began Valera. I no longer have a bed. What?
Thank you.
Aldrich had taken a brief look at Valera's room and known for sure she had a bed. Her room was a little smaller than his, but it still had very basic furnishings like his had. I was resting on the bed, you see, keeping awake vigil in the case that there were intruders to my master's room, when in one sudden moment it simply disappeared, said Valera. It faded away as if it had never been there before, and all that was left was the Death Lord's voice echoing through my room.
Thank you.
Did she announce anything particularly important? Said Aldrich as he perked up, wondering if the Death Lord was done preparing her own trials and training methods.
No, said Valera.
Her blush deepened a few more shades of red as she looked shyly away, focusing on the painting above Aldrich's bed to not look too awkward. Then what did she say? It was a recorded message, stammered Valera. Thank you. She told me that if I was hearing it, that meant I had wasted my time not making a move upon you, that the whole purpose of separate rooms was so I could have the luxury of surprising you by walking into yours, that men liked that sort of thing and other nonsense, that by taking away my bed now I must barge into your quarters. She, that snake, truly does not understand privacy nor a guardian knight's vows. Valera shook her head rapidly, cooling down.
Thank you.
Master, I know I will stand outside and watch your room and guard. Who knows what that intrusive snake may do? She may even slither her way in here, and I cannot bear the thought of her enchanting you with that seductive gaze of hers. She clenched her fist resolutely, making sure to absolutely stop the Death Lord from breaking into Aldrich's room in whatever imaginary scenario she conjured up. No, you don't have to go. I want you to stay, actually, said Aldrich.
Thank you. I've been meaning to do this for some time now.
He looked around to see if he had a table or chairs to sit her down with, but he realized he just had the bed. Probably that too was by the Death Lord's design. He put a tired face to his forehead as he sat down on the bed. He patted the spot beside him, gesturing for Valera to come. Valera's face turned beet red. Master, what are you suggesting?
Thank you.
Well, you are a young man, as that snake said, and you were a human, so you must have some of your youthful urges left over, so— It's not what you think, said Aldrich. His tone became serious. I just wanted to talk about answering your feelings for me. I know I've been putting it off for some time, especially with how many things that have happened recently that have taken up our attention. Valera cooled down when she heard Aldrich's serious tone and saw his serious expression. Thank you. She, too, understood the gravity of this situation, and she nodded as she sat down beside Aldrich. Her hand shook a little. Are you fine? Is anything wrong with your status? Said Aldrich as he nodded towards her hand. This? No, said Valera as she clasped her hands together tight, hiding the trembling. I am just nervous about your answer. But whatever it is, I am willing to accept it. Aldrich understood.
Thank you.
She was not sure whether to face acceptance or rejection, and that made her nervous, more nervous than he had ever seen her before. Right now, the way she looked, her gaze cast away, her hands shaking, her posture hunched forward, she looked so incredibly vulnerable. She had never shown even an ounce of this against any fight of threat they had encountered so far. Always, she had stood tall, ready to punch down anything, no matter how big or strong or tough it was.
Thank you.
Aldrich did not like to see her like this, and it made it harder for him to talk. He did not want to risk hurting her, and so he took a long pause, not exactly sure how to word himself perfectly. He was not rejecting her, but he wanted to warn her about himself, about how he was not sure whether he could love her the way she loved him. Words never were his weak point. Thank you. He could be articulate, and he could also be to the point, and even if he had to play a character to try and trick others, he could do it. He could even try to be a suave flirt if he wanted, but he could only do that because he knew it was all fake, all a ruse to get what he wanted.
Thank you.
Right now, in front of Valera's raw, honest vulnerability, he was forced to show who he really was as well. And behind all the veneer and veils, he was wordless, utterly inexperienced in navigating his way around situations like this. Valera sensed Aldrich's difficulty and took in a deep breath. She stopped trembling at her hands and looked at Aldrich with a smile. Master, no, your name in this world, Aldrich, is it not? Aldrich nodded. I know how you're thinking. Thank you. You must be thinking of the perfect things to say to me, no? Said Valera. Aldrich nodded. You do not have to, said Valera. Whatever is on your mind, tell it to me, and whatever decision you make, I will respect. I will still follow you, Aldrich, whether it is as your shield or something more. It's something I've been thinking about, this situation, said Aldrich. He looked at Valera's gentle smile and felt more at ease to go on. My feelings, yours. Thank you. I wanted to start by asking you, why do you have these feelings for me? Valera looked momentarily surprised, but then nodded. Of course, you know the tale of my pitiable life, but I will tell it again, if only to make me remember strongly how I felt and how strongly that past of mine makes me feel about you. She sighed and closed her eyes, reminiscing to times long, long ago. I was of noble birth child to the vampire, Count Vandal and Dullahan warrior Lyra. Thank you. It was an union that felt like it was torn from the pages of a romantic tale. My father met my mother on the battlefield as enemies, but in clashing with each other, grew to admire each other. Then, when the battle was fought and done, love each other. In the pages of a book, or in the song of a bard, that union might have been beautiful, full of love, but in reality, it was unholy. Vampires hold the purity of blood to high standard. The Dullahan clans never take kindly to outsiders. Thank you. I was an abomination to both sides, and my father and mother suffered from it. My mother was captured from my father's fort and executed by her own peoples for bearing an outsider's blood. My father took up renewed arms against the Dullahan clans once more, rejecting the peace treaties that the other vampire counts proposed. For that, he was assassinated. In my early years, when I was still with my father, I remember being happy. Thank you. All around me, I felt cold eyes from my vampire brethren for my mixed blood. But my father I dearly cherished. From him I learned everything a royal lady should. Etiquette, the arts, the sciences, magic, and fighting. Yes, fighting, though so very unladylike, I fell into so deeply. I remember when I trained to fight, it was not because I wanted to harm, it was because I wanted to protect. I knew my father warred often, and I wanted to protect him.
Thank you.
Whenever my little self told him that, he would laugh so very heartily and tell me he needed no others to guard him. Aldrich watched Valera take a moment to collect herself. Her lips twisted into a faint frown, bearing a sliver of her sharp fangs. She clutched at her arm, her black fingernails pressing and dangerously hard, just shy of breaking the skin. Valera did not like remembering her past. This Aldrich knew. Thank you. In Elden World, there was a surprisingly extensive amount of interaction with NPCs that allowed one to develop, like romance paths to open up, but practical things like access to specific NPC quest lines that usually had unique locations, items, bosses, and the like. When Aldrich played, he had maxed out his relationship meter with Valera, though no paths actually led to a direct romance because of how much effort it took her to open up.
Thank you.
Valera was a cold, stoic, and prickly character when first summoned that just did her job to protect her summoner. She replied with one-word answers to most questions and did not like being questioned about her past. Actually getting her to open up and form a bond with her took most of the entire game because of how troubled her past was. Thank you. This left too little time to get into a proper romance with her, but before battling the Howling Dark, the final boss, she did promise to stay with the player character forever. That was essentially a declaration of love. The idea was that after the game, there was an implied happily ever after where the player reunited with Valera. This was why Valera was so attached to Aldrich upon being summoned. She had the highest level of relationship built with Aldrich, the player, already. Thank you. But that was just the game. It was a whole different thing to deal with it in real life. It felt almost wrong. She had all these genuine memories with him, but to him, it had all just been nothing more than a game. This was the biggest reason why Aldrich could not give her a good answer. Her feelings for him were genuine, but how would she react when she realized that to him it had never truly been real? That, and Aldrich already had no idea what to do in situations like this.
Thank you.
He hovered his arm over Valera's back, wondering if this would comfort her. Valera noticed Aldrich's awkward effort. She looked at his hand with a quizzical expression. "If you're uncomfortable," began Aldrich as he withdrew his hand.
No.
Valera grabbed Aldrich's hand tightly and held it like a precious jewel. She smiled at him. Her hand felt strangely warm in spite of how cold she should have been as an undead.
Thank you.
He felt prickles of warmth flowing through his body, the warmth of emotion that he had long forgotten and then buried further under his undead transformation, the warmth of being loved. This helps. Holding your hand like this, it truly does more than anything, said Valera. She closed her eyes again, remembering more. When I completed my training in the Midnight Order, I was to be the sworn shield of a Lady Nalia, a daughter of a matriarch in one of the Nokul clans. Aldrich nodded.
Thank you.
The Nokul were a race of demi-humans that had bat-like traits. Because they were nocturnal, they were part of the Midnight Alliance of most night-faring races, including vampires. She was spoiled, difficult to work with. She complained about this and that little thing, and there were many times when I wanted to smack some sense into her. Valera shook her head and then smiled sadly. But she was a kind girl. She was.
Thank you.
When her mother was assassinated by rivals, she was cast out, forced to run as an exile. Everybody abandoned her aside from myself, perhaps because I saw some of myself in her. Another princess exiled due to a world that rejected them, how could I not pity her? And also because I wanted to keep my vow to protect my chosen. Always I have wanted to protect someone worthy to me, ever since my father's death. When I could not protect him, that was my dream. So I stuck with her. Thank you. The years after were long and difficult. She had to learn how to survive without the pampering touch of attendants that would dress her in warm fineries and make sure food was upon her plate every day. But I taught her, and together we survived. She grew so very attached to me. I was her mentor, her shield to support herself on when times were tough, her shoulder to lean on when she needed to cry. And in spite of myself, I found myself appreciating her. She was like a dear little sister to me. Thank you. And for her happiness, I would have given everything. But that night, that awful, awful night, Valera trembled in anger, her expression twisting darkly. "We can stop here if you want," said Aldrich. He knew this part of her past, and he knew it would be painful for her. "I just wanted to hear why you have these feelings for me. But if it involves moving through your past, not at all." Valera shook her head and took in a deep breath. "This is important, this cursed past of mine. Thank you. To show you why my feelings burn so bright for you." She nodded to herself, calming down. One night, when I was away from camp to find a cure for a sickness she had contracted on the road, she was slaughtered by rival clans that still sought her out, wanting to eliminate any trace of her royal blood to make sure she never laid claim to the throne. Slaughter is too light a word. She had been tortured to within an inch of her life, healed, then tortured again. Thank you. Nails torn back, wings ripped apart, eyes gouged out, body defiled, skin flayed over and over again. I cannot imagine the amount of pain she must have felt, how much she must have yearned for me, for my shield, for my strength, and that seeing her corpse that made me understand I was a failure. My shield had never once protected anyone it was vowed to. The world around me had cast me out because I was an abomination, a monster. Thank you. My entire life I had dedicated myself to protecting, for deep down I did not wish to be called a monster. But if it was a monster they wanted, it was a monster that I would give them. I killed every single being responsible for my lady's death. I started with the assassins they hired and any affiliated with them, humans, elves, dwarves, young or old. It did not matter. I killed them. Then I attacked the Nokul royal clans. I killed countless of their winged soldiers. Thank you. I snapped the necks of dozens of their royalty. I was feared. I was reviled. I became known as the exile, the disgraced princess turned wandering monster of vengeance. To gain the power to destroy the royal clans, I sacrificed my soul to the nether. In exchange for this power, upon my death, I would enter into the nether for all eternity. I would no longer enter the cycle of reincarnation. Instead, my soul would be chained to serve summoners of the dark for all eternity. Thank you. The path of vengeance was sweet. I reveled in it, in the bloody carnage that I wrought with my own fists. But that is the thing with vengeance. It must always end. Either you reach the end of that path with no more left to kill, or you are killed while walking its brutal roads. For me, it was the latter. Despite the power and levels I received from the nether, it was not enough. Thank you. Eventually, the entire Midnight Alliance, not just the Nokols, saw me as a force of nature, a monster for adventurers to put down. I did kill any that got in my way after all, and that included vampires as well. The Alliance enlisted the aid of a mighty hero, and he slew me. Since then, my soul rested in the nether. Whenever a dark summoner wished for my shield, I had to serve them. That went on for centuries. I did not care.
Thank you.
It was my just punishment for failing to protect everyone. I wanted to protect, that was what I thought. I gave up on ever protecting someone close to me, to serve someone worthy, because I was a failure. Valera squeezed Aldrich's hand gently. Then you came along. You called me to your service. At first I felt nothing. Thank you. Just another mage of the dark arts desiring a shield to protect his frail body until the corrupting influence of the dark arts eventually rotted your brain and rendered you insane. Just another victim to the nether, but you overcame the nether. You stayed with me, Chapter 0.1, last updated. Here's an updated status sheet for the main character to keep things easy to track. Thank you. Last updated, Chapter 44, name Aldrich Yang, race, undead, class, Necromancer, occultation of Legion level, 11, EXP bar, 870, 1400, HP 60, 9999. HP values in indicate a barrier, shield, mana, 9393, 183 coins, 20. Stats, strength, 11 agility, 10 vitality, 20 33 magic, 31 61 attunement, 51 76. Perception, 8 13. Stat values in indicate values after passives and gear are accounted for. Equipment stat bonuses, plus 30 magic, 13 vitality, plus 25 attunement, 5 perception units controlled, 1722. Attune spell limit, 7. Passives, 1. Thank you, undead body. The host has become an undead. They do not require sustenance, sleep, or rest to function. Their stamina is virtually limitless. Any wound aside from a critical head injury will not compromise the host's mobility or bodily functions, but damage will still be registered to the host's total HP pool. However, the host will not receive any bonus damage from being struck in locations other than the head.
Thank you. Necrotic, negative energy damage is converted to healing.
Healing is converted to damage, immunity to disease and sickness, immunity to psychic damage, immunity to poison damage, 50% resistance to cold damage, 50% resistance to curse damage, 90% resistance to piercing damage unless struck in the head, 50% resistance to slashing damage unless struck in the head, double damage taken from crushing bludgeoning damage, double damage taken from fire-type attacks. 2. Thank you. Call of the Legion rank 1, 5 to units controlled 3, carrion barrier. Grants a barrier made of corpses with a health pool equal to 30% of the caster's maximum health. The barrier may be replenished by absorbing corpses into it. 4. Death sense. The caster is capable of tracking units around them that are below 10% maximum health near death state. 5.
Thank you.
Anti-life shell, passive. The caster constantly conjures a shell of negative energy around them, restoring the health of undead in its vicinity while draining the life force of the living. The rate of draining restoration is at 5% of current health per second.
Thank you.
Attuned spells, 7/7 mass grave consumption, rank, cantrip, type, single target, multiple targets, cost, none, cooldown, 5 seconds for a single target, 10 seconds for multiple targets. Effects, the caster may consume available graves to heal 5% of their maximum health. The caster may also consume risen or summoned undead and gain 10% of their maximum health. This may be used on all available graves or undead in a 20-meter radius as well. Thank you, Chill Bolt rank, cantrip. Type, single target. Cost, 4 mana. Cooldown, none effects. The caster fires a high-speed bolt of chilling energy from their hands or a magical catalyst. The bolt inflicts both piercing damage and freezing damage. As a cantrip, this spell possesses no cooldown or cast time. The damage on this spell scales with the magic stat. Thank you. Mass Raise Undead rank, 3rd circle. Type, single target, multiple targets. Cost, 5 mana for each corpse, 10% of maximum mana for sufficiently powerful corpses, continuous life and mana drain for boss-level creatures. Cooldown, 5 seconds for a single target, 15 seconds for multiple targets. Effects, the caster raises an eligible corpse or all corpses in a 20-meter radius to become an undead. Depending on the state of the corpse's condition, the undead will either be a zombie or a skeleton. Thank you. Zombies will possess a rotting aura and touch that inflicts necrotic damage scaling off of the caster's magic stat. The raised corpse retains all powers that it had while alive but will lack coordination and strong independent thinking. Cooldown reduces with scaling based on the caster's attunement stat. Thank you. Anti-life, shell rank 2, active rank 3rd circle. Type, area of effect, 10-meter radius. Cost, 5% maximum mana per second. Cooldown, 10 seconds after deactivation. Effects, the caster's anti-life shell's draining capacity intensifies. The rate of draining and healing is doubled, and all non-undead units within the range of the shell are slowed, with the slow dramatically increasing depending on how low the unit's health is. Thank you. Create Greater Undead, 1st ring, rank, 4th circle, type single target. Cost, 10 mana, 10 health, cooldown, 15 seconds. Effects, the caster creates Greater Undead from the 1st ring, selecting from the following list. Zombeast, Skeleton Marksman. Skeleton Assassin, Dialdagast. Grave Ward, created 1st ring Greater Undead match the caster's level up to a cap of 20. The cooldown of this spell reduces scaling off the attunement stat. Thank you. At 100 attunement, this spell upgrades to Mass Create Undead, 1st ring, negative surge, rank, 2nd circle, type single target buff, cost, 15 mana, cooldown, 10 seconds. Effects, the caster selects an ally or self to receive a surge of negative energy designed to strengthen the undead body. The targeted undead gains a bonus to their strength, agility, and perception stats equivalent to 20% of the caster's magic stat. Thank you. Horror Warp, rank, 2nd circle. Type, single target. Cost, 20 mana. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Effects, the caster shoots forth a cloud of malevolent, mind-twisting energies. Any enemies struck by the cloud will be assaulted with a nightmare of constant horror and pain, stunning them and inflicting psychic damage upon them. The stun lasts 10 seconds but has reduced duration depending on the victim's perception and psychic damage resistance. Thank you. Equipment, weapon, Lantern of the Accursed One, 1 hand, rank, uncommon, stats, tense, 10 magic, plus 5 vitality, plus 5 attunement. Effects, protection of the Old Flame, passive, the wearer receives half damage from all fire-type damage. Eye of the Watcher, passive, any unit revealed or targeted by this item continually attains stacks of a debuff that reduces resistance to curse-type damage. The debuffs stack up to 10 times, requiring a total exposure time in this light of 30 seconds. Thank you. This debuff lasts for 3 seconds after the unit escapes the light of the item, at which point the stacks will rapidly decay. In addition, any unit suffering this debuff is revealed, preventing them from entering stealth. Disintegrating Gaze, active cost, 20 mana per activation, cooldown, 5 seconds. The eye within this item fully opens, shooting forth a cone of destructive light that deals disintegrating type damage with a 5% chance to instantly kill. Thank you. The higher the affected unit's vitality, the higher their resistance to this instant death effect. If this skill affects a unit with 10 stacks of the Eye of the Watcher passive applied to them, it is guaranteed to instantly kill unless the affected target possesses a minimum of 50 vitality. If they possess more than 80 vitality, they will still be maimed, losing a body part and taking significant damage. Thank you. Head hood of the Grave Reaper, 3 magic, 5 perception body, vestments of the Grave Reaper, 5 vitality plus 5 magic, waist, unholy sash of the Grave Reaper, 5 attunement plus 2 magic, arms, spinal bracers of the Grave Reaper, 5 magic, 5 attunement, legs, base of the Grave Reaper, 5 attunement, 3 vitality, accessories, 2/5, phantasmal mask, rank, uncommon plunce type, headgear, light, stats, plus 5 magic, effects, phantasmal shroud, passive. The wearer obtains a permanent passive that grants them a 10% chance to dodge an incoming attack by phasing through it. Thank you. Ghost Walk, active. By activating this item, the wearer may enter a phase state where they are rendered invisible and pass through solid objects with 50% boosted movement speed. Ghost Walk lasts for 3 seconds. While this ability is on cooldown, Phantasmal Shroud is disabled.
Thank you.
Cost: 30 mana cooldown, 15 seconds, Ring of Avarice, Restorative Flask rank 2, rank Divine Description, used to consume the waters of life, healing 30% of one's total maximum health mana or 10 health mana depending on which value is greater. Attune charges to either health or mana and restore charges at the wellspring of life in the Nexus. Thank you. May be upgraded upon the completion of trial quests to hold more charges. Available charges: 6 healing charges, 3 mana charges, 3 unique droppable unsellable staff of stilling pollen. Phylactery, Chapter 0. Thank you. 2 high undead, Valera, LVL 16. Arison undead, undead raised with their souls intact. Geist, LVL 17. Dynamite Girl, LVL 14. Flurgan, LVL 20. Fisk, LVL 3. Non-risen undead, zombies, skeletons, etc. Z Adam, LVL 3. Z Elaine, LVL 3. Z Big Arm, Grizzly, level 9. Z Alloy Wing, Eagle, level 8. Z Alpha Striker, level 7. Evil Eye 1, level 7. Evil Eye 2, level 7. Troll Chieftain, level 15. Mud Crab 1, level 12. Mud Crab 2, level 12. Grave Ward, LVL 11. Ghast, LVL 10. Chapter 206, Love, Past and Present 3. Aldrich was taken aback.
Thank you.
He had expected to hear them, and they still surprised him. He knew she had feelings for him, but to hear them for real and not just within the confines of virtual reality was an entirely different thing. The way she looked at him right now, her breath caught in her throat, her eyes faintly red and wide, her hands clutched around his, still trembling in spite of her efforts, it made him realize beyond anything else that this was all real, very real.
Thank you.
Aldrich had known that she and all the other game elements he had brought to this world were real from the very beginning, but to some subconscious degree, he had still considered Valera more like an asset, a tool to leverage and use, a combat unit, just as she had been in the game. But when Aldrich saw Valera as she was right now, vulnerable, remembering a past of pain, scared and hopeful of his answer, he felt even more pressure. Thank you. He was not dealing with an NPC in front of him. He was dealing with someone that had an entire lifetime behind their backs, someone that had gone through just as much pain as he had, someone that deeply cared about him, someone whose heart was very, very real, and that heart he held in his hands. His answer could comfort it or scar it. This was the exact type of situation he had never wanted to be in. Thank you. Part of him had closed himself to everyone else after the death of his parents, because he knew that anyone close to him, anyone he opened his own heart to, was just a liability to hurt him. Just like with Adam and Elaine, it was a twisted way to think, but some part of him had been relieved they had died when they had... Thank you. Because if they had survived and graduated Blackwater, Aldrich would have bid them farewell and cut them off as he went into a hunt for his parents' killers, knowing full well that hunt could have easily endangered them. Aldrich, if you do not want to answer me now, then that is fine too. Valera squeezed Aldrich's hands and smiled comfortingly at him. Even now, she saw how hard he was thinking and thought about him.
Thank you.
She wanted to hear his feelings. That was for sure. But if it meant pressuring him, she could wait. No, I do have an answer for you, said Aldrich. Or rather, it's more like an explanation. Valera, you know I'm a different person now than when I was with you, right? Valera nodded. I do. This is your reincarnation in a new and strange world, but I am happy you still remember me. That's the moment trying to explain the concept of a game to her. You remember simulation crystals, right?
Thank you.
In Elden World, simulation crystals were an item for players to use to record replays or enter into tutorial battles. It was not an exact one-to-one comparison to a game, but it was close enough. Yes, my life in that other world, it was like I was in one massive simulation crystal. Everything I did with an understanding that it wasn't real, that it was something I could quit out of at any time and put away. Aldrich shook his head.
Thank you.
He thought about trying to dress up his words a little to make them hurt less, but if Valera showed her honest self to him, he did not feel it right to give her anything less. You lived a lifetime of adventure with me, but for me, it was not real. It wasn't my real life, and the real life I lead now, it isn't a life that shaped me into someone I think can love you as much as you love me.
Thank you. I've never loved anyone else because I know that I would drag them down to this path of mine, and it isn't one that leads to happiness. It's one that's hard, painful. I don't want that for anyone that cares about me.
I see. Valera looked away and closed her eyes for a few seconds. Aldrich thought he might see more tears, but instead Valera took in a deep breath, and when she opened her eyes, she stared at him with strength, her trembling gone. I want to ask you a few questions, said Valera.
Thank you.
Aldrich nodded, wondering where this was going. Do you think I am unsightly to look at? No, not at all, began Aldrich, confused. Then do you think I am unpleasant to be around? No, you're responsible and capable. Then do you think I am too weak to walk this path of yours? Do you think I am too frail of heart to bear its struggles? Will you have to push me away because I am weak?
No, in terms of strength and reliability, you're perfect, and I'll need your strength in the long run.
Thank you. Aldrich raised a brow.
I don't get where you're going with this. Valera put a soft finger on Aldrich's lips, quieting him. Then what is there to worry about? You think highly of my appearance. You do not mind my personality even with its rough edges, and you recognize my strength to walk beside you. Yes, that is true. But what about our memories not being real, said Aldrich. Your memories may not be real, corrected Valera. But mine are. All these feelings of mine are real. Thank you. And they always have been. Everything you did for me, all real. My feelings for you do not change with you saying this. And Aldrich, you said so much, but you still did not give me a proper answer of yes or no. It truly doesn't bother you that I said it all felt like a simulation crystal, said Aldrich. It does, or rather, it did. I knew you were not entirely the same person I knew the moment I was summoned to this realm. You looked different. We were both weaker. Thank you. You had lived an entire lifetime here as a new person. Valera put her hand down to Aldrich's chest over his heart. But the more I watched you in this new world, the more I made sure deep down you are still the same. You are competent, far-thinking, reliable, and strong. Strong in mind and body, and perhaps most important of all, you still care. You are cold and calculating when you need to be. But when it matters, you still care. Thank you. Otherwise, you would not bother to consider my feelings and worry about them so deeply. Our life in the other realm may have been but a simulation to you, but you still made your choices there, and no matter how far removed they may have been to your real self, some part of those decisions came from your heart. And this heart of yours, Valera blushed, red brightly tinting her white cheeks. It is embarrassing, but I will say it again, this heart of yours I love. You really don't mind? Thank you, said Aldrich. You are repeating yourself. How unlike you. Valera smiled. I am not asking you to fall for me as deeply as I have fallen for you. That would be selfish of me, especially when, as you have said, your memories are not as strong as mine. What I am asking is for you to try. I am pleasing to your eyes. My personality is one you can trust, and my strength is something you recognize as helping you, not slowing you down. Valera briefly looked away, remembering something in the past. Thank you. Unlike before, she did not a grim expression, keeping her smile. There was this little heartfelt piece I read from my father's library when I was but a little girl. It said that love is nothing but trying to understand each other, to feel each other, to build each other up sometimes. What you build lasts, sometimes it collapses. A long time ago, when I was a little girl, I had thought that meant love was hard and full of effort. Why would anyone put themselves through so much trying? Thank you. Especially when what you build together may not even last, when it can all collapse on top of you and hurt you. But now I know. When you find the right person, it does not feel like trying. Whether what you build lasts or falls, it does not matter. The building effort, the trying, that alone is worth it. I have found the person right for me. Will you try to find that person in me? Will you let me walk this path of yours, step by step from the very beginning, together, hand in hand? Thank you, heart to heart. Yes, it means I'm saying yes, I'm willing to try. I don't know where this path will lead us, but I'm willing to walk it with you. Aldrich nodded. He did not know too well what he was getting into. He knew how to play the part of a confident flirt in case he needed to infiltrate enemy spaces via a woman, but he figured he would never have to play that part beyond just regular flirting. Thank you actually being in a dedicated long-term relationship was something he had never factored as a valuable asset to him, because he had figured he would be dead long before he could get into a relationship like that. Or if he did, it would only just cause pain for both parties. But Valera made it obvious that he did not have to worry about that. She was strong.
Thank you.
The only thing he worried about was hurting her because his memories were not as real as hers or being unable to properly love her. But she was willing to accept that, to try, as she had said, and Aldrich would never admit this out loud. But he liked this feeling of being loved. It was a feeling he had almost forgotten until his encounter with his boundary core. Maybe it was because that memory was so recent that he was more open to it now as well. It was nostalgic and warm. Thank you. It reminded him of good times he had long forgotten. As Aldrich reminisced, Valera collapsed into him, embracing him in a full hug. Unlike her usual hugs full of force and impulsive desire, this one was tender, like she was holding something the most precious thing in the world to her. She buried her face in his chest, and he could feel warm tears on his shirt. "Are you okay, Valera?" said Aldrich, somewhat concerned. He held her back this time, not feeling awkward about it.
Thank you.
There was something about becoming official that really did make some things easier.
Yes, I am. I was simply nervous, said Valera.
She looked up at Aldrich with a beaming smile, the faint remnants of tears gracing the corners of her red eyes. "I was willing to accept any answer you gave me, but I was still so nervous I was shaking like a coward. It was unsightly." She turned her head away, ashamed. "My apologies. It's nothing to be ashamed of." "Thank you. Dealing with a fight and dealing with this are entirely different things. You're no coward for reacting like that," said Aldrich. He could sympathize with her, especially after he had faced his fears in his boundary core. He, like her, could face life-threatening danger without batting an eye, but when it came to matters of the heart, they were just nervous trainees that either did not know what to do or had run from their fights. "Thank you for understanding, for always understanding."
Thank you.
Valera closed her eyes in bliss as she snuggled up to Aldrich. "I'll keep trying to," said Aldrich. He immediately began to think of what trying meant and how to optimize it. "What do you exactly mean by trying, by the way? In what ways do you want me to try? What do you think is the most efficient way?" Valera giggled at Aldrich's voiced thoughts. "What is it?" said Aldrich. "Always thinking so far ahead. Always thinking about the details," said Valera. She shook her head. "Thank you. When you put it like that, it really does kill the romance out of what I said, does it not? But it is so very much like you. I like that side of you, but for now all I want you to do is to hold me, and when you hold me, I don't want you to think of anything. I want you to just stay with me in the present. Let your mind be close with me, not wandering and getting lost in a future we have no idea about." Aldrich held her, and she kept up her content smile as she basked in his embrace.
Thank you.
He looked down at her and took her advice. He stopped thinking so hard for a moment, just focusing on her warm body, on her happiness, and he managed to relax. It was an almost draining feeling. For so many years, he had never once been able to relax his mind like this, but focusing on her warmth, he could do it. Striking memories surfaced. Thank you, of how it had felt to be held by his parents when he was a child, without a single care in the world, how comforting and warm and wonderful it all was when he could just let go. Maybe this was not so bad. Relaxing. Aldrich fell into Valera's embrace with more ease now, his usual tenseness fading away. He closed his eyes. They stayed like that together for what felt like, "I want hugs too."
Thank you.
Aldrich and Valera both immediately opened their eyes and drew away, looking at the source of the voice. The chrysalis was on the edge of the bed, but because she was so small, only the top of her head and her curious green eyes peeped out. She put her pale hands over the top of the bed, asking to be raised up. "I love hugs. Not fair you two get them, but not me," said the chrysalis. Aldrich briefly glanced at Valera, wondering if she was ticked off about this interruption. "Thank you." But on the contrary, she looked at the chrysalis with a gentle and amused expression. "Is that so?" Valera got off the bed and picked the chrysalis up in her arms. "Then will you let me hold you, even though I'm scary?" "You give good hugs. I want it," said the chrysalis. She cocked her head and looked at Aldrich. She pointed at him, but he gives good hugs too, especially at the end. "I want both. Come here then, child."
Thank you.
Valera held the chrysalis gently, and the chrysalis nodded in contentment.
Not bad,
said the chrysalis like she was some kind of connoisseur. She pointed at Aldrich again. "Now it's your turn. What is this, an interview?" Aldrich sighed, but could not help but feel amused. He took the chrysalis into his arms as well, and as he did so, he wondered about the chrysalis. According to the Death Lord, the chrysalis was essentially a manifestation of his soul's good side.
Thank you.
And it would seem that good side was all from when he was little, before he had been shaped by the world into the killer he was today. In a way then, the chrysalis was a living embodiment of the childlike innocence and goodness that he had buried long ago. Did that mean she picked up his habits as a kid, too? That included things like boundless curiosity and a penchant for asking for hugs. "Bad," said the chrysalis. She shook her head vigorously. "What?" "Thank you." "What parameters are you using to judge this?" said Aldrich. "You think too much. Not a big hug." The chrysalis pointed to Valera. "Not like the one you gave her." "Well, that's different. That's a special case," said Aldrich. Special. Valera blushed. "Anyways," continued Aldrich, "I'll give you back to her, and when you're done you should get some rest again. You're going to go through training soon, and you'll need to be on maximal efficiency for that." "Training?" "Thank you. With the other scary lady?" The chrysalis widened her eyes in fear. "She's not that bad," said Aldrich. "Can you promise?" said the chrysalis. "I don't like promises. Nothing is 100% certain," began Aldrich, but then he noticed the chrysalis getting even more nervous and Valera giving him a disapproving look. "Okay, yes, I promise," said Aldrich. "Okay then, I trust you." The chrysalis nodded. "Good, then get your rest." Aldrich handed the chrysalis over to Valera. "Thank you." Valera gently held the chrysalis until the little girl grew sleepy. It did not take very long. Just a few minutes, considering how tired the chrysalis already was. When the chrysalis slept, Valera laid the girl down on her bed, putting blanket covers over her. "I had thought you had no idea what to do with children," said Aldrich. "But you know, you're not bad. Far better than I am." "Nalia was a small girl when I first became her guardian knight," explained Valera.
Thank you.
She stroked the chrysalis's white hair with a tender touch.
"Not much older than this. If I could deal with her, spoiled and infinitely louder as she was, then I can deal with this."
After the chrysalis was fully entranced in a cozy slumber, Valera went back to Aldrich. She shyly looked around at the ground.
"Well, H, how do you want us to sleep together, of course?"
said Aldrich simply. "So forward," said Valera, taken aback and turning even redder.
Thank you.
"There's a child here, so no funny business," said Aldrich. "Just sleeping together?" Yes, of course." Valera took a calming breath and laid on the bed with Aldrich. They laid with space between them, staring up at the magic crystals that acted like room lights. "You prefer darkness, don't you? I'll turn those off." Aldrich waved his hand, sending out strands of his magical energy. When they touched the crystals, they flickered off according to his will. Thank you. As he did this, his mind wandered to thinking about sleeping. Undead did not have to technically eat, sleep, or rest. They could run out of mana or, in the case of altars, ether-based energy to fuel their powers, but regular physical stamina or needs were not issues. The only reason to sleep was to just pass time. For some undead, Aldrich recalled from lore, they got so bored that they just went into coffins and slept for centuries at a time, wanting to wake up when things were more exciting.
Thank you, Aldrich,
said Valera from the other end of the huge king-sized bed. See? Can I hold your hand while we sleep? Said Valera.
Sorry, I was thinking again, said Aldrich. Come here.
Aldrich reached out and grasped Valera's hand, to which she gasped at the sudden forward movement. He drew her in close with her hand until they were once again touching skin to skin, lying side by side together.
Are you truly all right sleeping like this, so close on our first night together?
Thank you, said Valera as she looked up at Aldrich, her face beet red. What's the issue? You've been just as close when you were blood drunk, said Aldrich. That's different, pouted Valera. I got blood drunk because my heart was too frail to handle this sober. Oh, if this isn't comfortable for you, said Aldrich. No, came the immediate response. I am perfectly fine with this. Valera looked up at Aldrich with blushing wonder. Still, you're all right with this?
Thank you.
I thought you had no experience in these matters. Perhaps you had other women before. Valera looked down, biting her thumbnail in mild irritation, probably imagining phantom women he had been with. It makes sense considering your looks and charm, but I just know none of them were worthy. How can weak humans ever be by your side? No, nothing like that. This would be the first time I've ever decided to open my heart up like this, said Aldrich.
Thank you. It just felt right to be close, after how we opened up to each other. At least it did for me. And Aldrich felt mildly embarrassed to say this, but he decided to be honest. I like it. I like the warmth. It's something I've been without for so long. Then you are a natural flirt.
Thank you. Valera looked shocked, then whispered under her breath, "How dangerous." But in the end, when she looked up at Aldrich, seeing an expression of contentment she had never before seen on his face, she sighed, smiled, and lay by Aldrich's side. "As long as you are happy, I am happy too, Aldrich," said Valera, as she laid her head on Aldrich's shoulder. Aldrich looked down at Valera as she prepared to drift off. "I am," he said, no louder than a small whisper. "Thank you." Together like that, close and warm, they let the gentle hold of